John, do we have any additions or changes to the agenda?
One addition, Mr. Chair, we would like to add an executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss 2 items, and we'll lay those out.
And under what, for property acquisition?
One would be negotiations for property acquisition.
One would be attorney-client communication.
Attorney-client communication. So that'll be probably 2 o'clock or 2:30 or something like that.
That's all dependent on...
All to you, Michael.
Okay.
Get started now.
The first item on our agenda is a proclamation for a conflict resolution month. And so if you all please stand, just the board, the audience can just take it easy. And we have a representative for conflict resolution, Dave Troxel. Dave, would you come forward? So I'm just going to read this and then I'll present you with the proclamation. This is Conflict Resolution Month, proclamation in perpetuity, which is something unusual. We usually don't, well, sometimes we do things in perpetuity. Whereas conflict resolution encompasses mediation, arbitration, facilitation, collaborative decision-making, restorative processes, and other responses to differences, and whereas the conflict resolution process empowers individuals, families, communities, organizations, and businesses to foster communication and devise solutions that are acceptable to the needs and interests of all parties involved, and whereas conflict resolution is taught and practiced by citizens in many school systems, universities, and graduate programs throughout Colorado and the world as a way of solving disputes, and whereas community-based programs fairly and equitably resolve neighborhood and community conflicts, thereby strengthening local relationships, and whereas professional associations of conflict mediators promote peaceful and conflict and creative resolutions to disputes, now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that October is Conflict Resolution Month in 2012 and in perpetuity. Thank you very much. Dave?
And if I may beg a moment to make some remarks myself.
Please.
And normally I do this to a seated council or board, so if would it be more appropriate if I just sat here? And
Whatever you want to do, whatever you feel comfortable doing.
The cameras will get you.
Well, we'd like to have that on camera, if at all possible. That's a...
And broadcast to...
Oh, nobody told me that. No, that would be fine. Thank you so much. Chairman Housley, commissioners, and people of Pitkin County, I'm pleased and honored to be invited here today as the Board of County Commissioners approves this proclamation designating October as Conflict Resolution Month in Pitkin County for 2012 and in perpetuity. For several years, every October has been Conflict Resolution Month in the state of Colorado, as established by Joint Senate Resolution 11-049, to inspire Coloradans to use constructive methods to resolve problems, and as sponsoring Senator Linda Newell has said, to have Colorado become the most civil state in the Union. Conflict Resolution Month offers organizations and individuals the opportunity to create programs, small or large, to help people address their disputes as successfully as they possibly can. The purpose is to teach practical skills and to raise awareness about professional services and conflict resolution available in our communities. Pitkin County is joining many other Colorado towns, cities, and counties in recognizing alternative forms of dispute resolution as viable means of resolving conflicts on many levels. Many organizations will be hosting events such as this and other activities to educate, train, and otherwise support our efforts to bring civility to our communities. But as citizens and members of these organizations, what can we do to support Conflict Resolution Month? Well, if you are a civic or congregational leader, you might invite guest speakers to talk about best practices in problem solving. If you are an employer, you can offer mediation as a way for employees to resolve conflict in the workplace. As a family member, you can learn how to express problems without blaming a loved one. As an educator, you can learn, practice, and teach conflict management skills in your classroom. And as a neighbor, colleague, or friend, you can host a movie or book discussion in your home. At conflictresolutionmonth.org, we have tools and ideas to help you sponsor these and other activities. I urge everyone to give it a look. Now, during the past 18 months, I've been developing programs in elder care and family support facilitation for Oval Auctions Mediation in Denver. But for many years before that, I was a longtime Roaring Fork Valley resident, growing up in Carbondale and graduating from high school there. Having followed my career path into the work of conflict resolution, I am thrilled to have returned to my home valley to find some wonderful work happening here, from the important community building being done through the programs of Roaring Fork leadership, to the restorative justice practices supported throughout the region by Youth Zone, and many other excellent programs. Restorative justice, in particular, is receiving attention this October as we have chosen for our book selection, Teaching Peace by Beverly Title of Longmont. I have the great fortune to be a friend and colleague of Beverly's, as well as an associate at the Longmont Community Justice Partnership, which she founded, and I'm pleased to report that she is recovering at home now after a month-long stay in the hospital. I'd like to ask that everyone spare a thought for Beverly, one of the great peacemakers in Colorado today, and I'm very happy to present her book to the commissioners, along with a reader's guide, window signs for your office windows, and Conflict Resolution Month brochures to help you promote Conflict Resolution Month throughout October. So on behalf of the Synergizing Team for Conflict Resolution Month 2012, thanks again to the chairman, the commissioners, and the citizens of Pitkin County for joining us as peacemakers through conflict resolution for the state of Colorado. Thank you.
David, thank you very much. And I'll leave these for you here, and we could just get a photo of the book there. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We can take one of the brochures.
And if you want, certainly. Let's see. The next item is public comment. Are there members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion and move on to commissioner comments. Commissioners, comments? Yes, Rob?
I have one brief thing to mention that I took part in this last weekend, which was a beautiful foliage weekend. I am one of the Aspen Rotarians from our local Aspen Rotarian chapter, and once a year we take the seniors up on a Jeep tour. And this was the first year that I've participated in it, and it was absolutely spectacular scenery, but also absolutely spectacular personalities and history of people in Pitkin County. We took about 50 seniors up over the top of Aspen Mountain, all in four-wheel drive vehicles, drove them back down the backside of Aspen Mountain and did a picnic barbecue lunch up at the Lindley Cabin up past Ashcroft. And just had a wonderful time talking to the seniors in that community. So I encourage people to find out a little bit about the Senior Center and try to meet some of those people, because it was really fascinating.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Commissioners, any other comments? George?
Yeah, thanks. Last week, President Obama designated a new national monument for Colorado. And this is Chimney Rock's National Monument, which is in the southwestern part of Colorado and part of the San Juan National Forest. And this area is about 5,000 acres, and it is very important as a cultural and spiritual area for the Pueblo Indians. And it also is very important for its diversity in terms of its wildlife. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has called the single most important cultural site managed by the Forest Service. So this is a good tool for Colorado, and it should certainly help continue the ability to recognize the cultural and spiritual importance of this area for the Pueblo community, as well as promote tourism in that area. This designation and this national monument was supported strongly by Senator Udall and Senator Bennett. And coincidentally, this past weekend, I attended the 20th anniversary of the Wilderness Land Trust. And this, the Wilderness Land Trust was actually established in Aspen by Jan Mulford. And their mission is to seek out and purchase in-holdings within wilderness areas and public lands to protect those areas from further development. And their program has grown substantially in the last 20 years and now covers areas throughout the entire country. And at that dinner, Senator Udall was acknowledged and recognized for the Jessica Cato Guardian of Wilderness Award. And this again just continues to highlight the work that not only Senator Udall has done, but also Senator Bennett in terms of protecting some of our great natural resources in Colorado. So I just want to acknowledge and thank them.
Thank you, George. Rachel or Jack, comments? Rachel?
Yes, thank you, Michael. I'd like to just make a brief announcement about an upcoming event on this Saturday, the 29th, at St. Mary's Church. Some of the folks involved with the Lift Up program and the food bank here in Aspen are putting together what they're calling a Day of Giving at St. Mary's Church, and that will be from 9 o'clock to 3 p.m. I'll read very briefly the comment that they have. They want to share this idea at my next meeting because we're having a day on September 29th where we will be turning the downstairs of the church into a boutique, and people can come and shop for free for the day. They've been collecting food from, clothes from consignment stores and thrift shops and others throughout the summer to help equip kids to go back to school and adults in their work life. I think this is an incredibly generous and big-minded idea. These are folks who work down at the food pantry that we have in Aspen on Mill Street. It's down where the old vacuum cleaner repair shop used to be, and their hours are from 11 to 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so they're always willing to take food donations down there for folks. And their motivation was just realizing how many people in the valley are still in great need coming out of this recession. We had a report from our Human Services chapter just yesterday to let us know that when the mobile food bank comes in, the food pantry from the food bank of the Rockies, they serve between 100 and 130 families every time that they come up to the Human Service Center. So for those who know someone who may be looking for a new backpack for their kid for school, or they're looking for winter clothes for their own work and employment, again, that is Saturday the 29th at St. Mary's Church from 9 to 3 p.m. And if you have any questions or things you'd like to donate, I would get in touch with Laurie Murray, and her phone number is 306-8464. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Rachel. Jack, do you have any comments? No. So, thank you, Commissioners. We'll move on to the next item, and that is under consent actions. First reading set for public hearing on October 10th. This item is the ordinance amending the Pickens County Code regarding a mandatory residential sprinkler implementation date extension, and Brian Paul, our building official, is here to make a presentation. Yes, George?
This is a consent of the meetings.
You have minutes.
Oh, we have minutes. Oh, Brian, stay right there, because this usually takes this much time. So, I'm sorry. Thank you, George. This is under consent actions, minutes of the regular meeting of September 12th, 2012.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the September 12th meeting.
Do it.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so Brian, we'll move on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to introduce
what we have.
Just give us a brief, you've been here before, we talked about it a little bit, but give the public a brief overview of what you're here for, that's all.
Okay. The last time I was here was on August 7th when we did a work session, and I brought forward the fact that in 2009 when we adopted the body of international codes that we amended the sprinkler section that required residential sprinklers throughout the county. And that was
The proposed.
yes. That date was pushed off at that time until 2013, January 1st. And we had hoped that we would come to a good consensus as a body of fire districts and the building department to bring something forward before that date expired. But due to a lot of circumstances that I presented in the rationale that I brought to the board, there's a lot of reasons why we'd like to hold that date out until 2016 when we feel like we can come before you with a better adoption.
So currently, there are some fire sprinkler requirements in the county, is that right?
Yes, there are. We've been requiring sprinklers in structures over 5,000 square feet. And last year when we adopted the International Fire Code, we actually gave a lot more leeway for the fire districts to deal with response time and the distance from the fire station and some of the circumstances that we have in our counties so that they could address some of those specific.
So they can make recommendations based on those criteria right now, is that right?
That's correct.
And then what you're proposing is that in 2016, you'd come forward and it would most likely cover all new buildings and all residential buildings.
What we'd like to do is come forward and present you with the evidence on both sides and let the board also be part of that discussion, maybe in a work session prior or sometimes before we finally go to whether or not we go with that mandate. Last time I brought you an old survey, but there's been a more recent survey. There's only, unfortunately, about 18 participants in this recent survey. But out of those 18 participants, only 17 of those 18 participant areas around Colorado actually adopted fire sprinklers as it stays in the code. So what we hope to bring is maybe some amendments and adjustments to that mandate that would work within each one of our fire districts and in our county as a whole that would best serve the public interest.
Okay. Board, any questions for Brian? Yes, Rachel.
Well, Brian, I'd just like to compliment you on the completeness of your memo and answering the concerns that I had raised at the last meeting about kind of growth going forward without being sprinkled when it may be of concern in the future. So I appreciate that. And I also will support this going forward. I think it's timely in that the state, it's hard to say how serious the drive, the push will be, but given the fires that have occurred in Colorado Springs and other areas of the state is looking at should there be greater regulation on homes within the rural-urban interface areas, particularly with look at building materials or sprinkling and things like that. So again, I don't know how much of a push it will succeed. We tend to be a local control type of region, but I was just attending the Governor's Drought Conference last week, and when he spoke to the group, he said, he felt that the time was really becoming pretty evident of the need to have more of a statewide standards for home safety in these regions. So, there may be other components coming forward that will integrate with what we're doing. Thank you.
Any other questions for Brian? Is there a motion?
Public hearing.
Oh, it is a public hearing? Or it's set for public hearing?
Sorry.
This is first reading.
So, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, let's see, I don't know if I have right for you. I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance amending the Pickens County Code regarding mandatory sprinkler implementation date extension.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Brian, we'll see you in 2016.
Or literally, the fire marshals are trying to push me to
Thanks. The next items are consent public hearing, second reading. The first item is an ordinance accepting the assignment of contract to purchase the Lindsay parcel in partnership with the City of Aspen. Dale Will is going to present, but I see that there are other representatives here. Dale isn't present today. Is that right, Barbara?
Dale's not here today, so Brian not here today. I have a the map you want to submit?
Yeah, why don't we, I don't think anybody knows where the Lindsay parcel is that hasn't been involved in this purchase.
As I try to bring this up,
Could you introduce yourself, Bob, and Brian also?
Barb Dr. Shea, Acquisition Manager for Open Space and Trails, and this is Brian Flynn.
City of Aspen, Open Space and Special Projects Manager.
Great. Thank you.
And Open Space and Trails is seeking to acquire a property known as the Lindsay parcel. It's 7.12 acres, and it's located in the Smuggler Mountain Hunter Creek area. Get this computer up, I will be able to show you on a map that it's surrounded by other conserved properties. So it has been a long-time priority for both of our programs to acquire as open space. Filling in a little bit of a donut hole up there in the Smuggler Hunter Creek area. We worked with the city to acquire most of the other parcels that are up in that area as open space, and have had a successful partnership in managing that area for its scenic, wildlife, and recreational values. So this acquisition will add this to our portfolio of properties we managed up there. And the purchase price is $650,000, which will be split with the city, so it's $325 versus $50,000. Yes. And Brian, is there anything to add?
I think Barb covered the gist of it, but just to say that I think emphasize the success that we've had as two entities working in partnership. This just goes hand in hand with the acquisitions we've already accomplished up there. And as most of you may or may not know, the city has already gotten full approval from our council with support from our open space board to go forward with this. And so, if the opportunity is there, we look forward to continuing that partnership and closing. As you'll see, what we believe is a critical donut hole in this larger acquisitions, the larger acquisitions. I think the map is going to be important for all of you to see, just to understand why it's been on our radar for quite some time.
Board, any questions for Brian or Barb at this time?
I'll just make a comment. I think what's a little unusual about this purchase is it was facilitated by a local resident, Al Byer, who recognized the potential for this area and the protection of it, actually secured a contract with the owners, and now is conveying that contract over to us for the completion of that. So I want to acknowledge and thank Al for his diligence in this and recognizing the importance of preserving this area for open space and working with the city and the county to facilitate this sale.
Absolutely, and Al couldn't be here because he's working in a hut, but Open Space and Trails shares our appreciation for Al's work.
So, Bob, where is this property now?
Okay, the property on the map is outlined in red. That's nice.
There's you got to take the
It's outlined in red because I can't get this to work. And it is surrounded, as you see by, there we go, other conserved lands. The hammerhead one, shaped one there, is a land held by Aspen Valley Land Trust. And, thank you. And this property is Silver King, which we purchased back in the 90s. This is, that's Hunter Valley?
Hunter Valley Way.
Hunter Valley.
City
in Valley
Open
Way.
Space.
That's City Open Space. This is part of the Baldwin purchase that we did in 2000. And the Wilkinson purchase continues over this way. So that's most of the Smuggler Mountain and Lower Hunter Creek area. This is a conservation easement that's owned by Aspen Valley Land Trust. With Hunter Creek Trail coming up this way to the Hunter Creek Valley and Smuggler Mountain Road here.
Great. Board, any questions for Barb or Brian? So is this where the sort of washout is on
Yeah, you can
Smuggler?
actually see it right here. So it's right over there.
So Smuggler is really sort of the Central Park of Aspen, really. I mean, it is.
Our backyard and
Right,
backdrop.
right. Is there a motion?
This is a public hearing?
Oh, it is a public hearing. Thank you. I will open the public portion of this to the public. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance authorizing the assignment of the contract to purchase a Lindsay parcel in partnership with the city of Aspen.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you all.
Brian? Barb, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on our consent public hearing, second reading, is a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2012 budget, January through August. John Redmond and Susan Atwood. But I see only John Redmond this time. John, are you going to come forward?
Certainly. John Redmond, Finance Director.
John, we've covered this, I think, before, but why don't you just give a brief outline?
Well, we're here for a second reading on this on the resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2012 budget. From a procedure standpoint, we bring things to you as the year goes along, you approve them, but on a formal basis, it doesn't happen until we go through this process. So I think most of this you've seen. I believe we talked about the other items at the last reading.
Board, any further questions for John? This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion. Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, John. The next are land use consent actions, and we have a number of Chamonix Code Amendment, Chamonix rezoning, and the Chamonix conceptual subdivision. They've all been continued to 10/24, and I suppose we need a motion for that continuation. Is there a motion for those three items?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So the next item is the land use. We are going to be out of here by 2:30.
Did you do a public hearing on that?
Don't say that.
The land use consent action was just a consent action, and I opened the public hearing on the supplemental budget. So now we have land use public hearing, what is formerly known as the WCCP1 LLC, the WCCP2 LLC Compass for Lifelong Discovery, PUB Master Plan Amendments, amendment to the BOCC Resolution number 036-2008, subdivision exemption for a lot, and I think it's something.
Michael, I do have a couple of things to put up, so I don't know.
Okay, so
Take a minute.
we'll take a minute and prepare for the hearing. You don't have anything to project, Suzanne?
No, I won't. Just paper today.
Okay.
Let's see.
The right orientation is that.
Well, let's see what is in. Yep, that way. Well, I got right here with that.
job.
They're attached.
So Susanna, we're all set up?
All set up.
Do you have a pointer?
I do, and I have a new pair of contacts in as of yesterday that I'm testing out, and this could be a good test. I'm like, wow.
Watch out, Rob.
One, two.
Remember, it's conflict resolution month.
Yes. It's not an eye for an eye.
Suzanne, could you introduce yourself and the applicant, please?
Yes, Suzanne Wolf with Community Development Department. Jim Curtis, who's representing Compass and the owners of the two adjacent residential parcels. And then Scott Skinner from Compass is also here with us today. Do you want me to just go ahead and jump
please.
on in?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start up on the wall because I think showing it on the maps is probably a lot simpler than walking through all the paper in front of you because there are a lot of requests that are intertwined and I think the explanation kind of simplifies it for you. But to orient you, I'm going to go over Rob's head and try not to snap in. So here's Woody Creek Road coming up, and here is the school campus now. So this houses the Aspen Community School, the Early Childhood Center, and then Compass administrative offices. So then there are two parcels adjacent to that, which, if you recall, were subdivided off over 35-acre parcels, and subdivided by the school, came through, got the approvals for those to be developed with single-family residences on each parcel. The idea being that the school would sell those off and use that money to pay off some debt and to accommodate some improvements that needed to happen at the school and to create an endowment for the school. So that's been an ongoing process, I guess, for a number of years. The first approval was in 2005. So when these two parcels were first created, there was an amendment to that in 2008, basically shifting the lot lines of the school parcel as well as those two residential parcels and kind of tweaking some of those approvals. And now we're back for basically another round on that tweaking of those parcels as well as some further refining of some of the envelopes and things on the properties. So I think this top map over here shows you the rezonings that are proposed. These rezonings really relate to the fact that the Compass School is zoned public. The surrounding property is all zoned RS20. So each time we've changed the boundaries of the school parcel, we're not just changing the boundaries, we're actually changing the zoning each time. So in this case, what the school has agreed now, I guess I should say that these two parcels have now been purchased. They've been purchased by the same owner. And the school has been working with the new owner of these parcels as they start to proceed with development on those parcels. So in working with them, they agreed to basically shrink the school parcel further, so it ends up at about 21 acres. And some of that, what is now in the school parcel, gets added into this parcel, parcel 1. And then there's a small piece kind of in here that actually goes from this parcel, parcel 2, back into the school parcel. And that relates to improvements that are anticipated down the line to this internal road that provides access to the school as well as then continuing on up to these other residences. So basically in this case there's a rezoning and a lot line adjustment and amendments to the master plan, which really all is embodied in that change, which is that we're just swapping some of the land from those private parcels to the school, or a small piece to the school and another piece away from the school. And I guess the explanation of this is basically this is the part of the pasture that runs down here on this sort of helps me better. So the Salvation ditch is right here. The envelopes for the houses are just below that ditch, and this is the big pasture that looks out over Woody Creek and beyond. So basically, by acquiring this piece, they preserve the view in front of their homes. And the school maintains a piece over here, which is where will be a component of that septic system that we'll discuss further, but that I know you're aware of. So that's the rezoning piece is basically shown here. If you come down to the map down here, it gives you more detail, and probably more detail than difficult to walk through, but in terms of the envelopes and the changes that are proposed down in here on these two parcels, as I said, the envelopes, the primary activity envelopes, locations of homes would be in these two areas on the property, but they've come in to ask for some additional envelope area that extends down into here on this parcel. There's an area up in here that's above the Salvation ditch on parcel 2. Some realignment of this access road that provides access to these two parcels as well as one parcel beyond. And essentially all of those activity envelope changes are acceptable, comply with the code. The issue previously when we changed envelopes was remaining below the Salvation ditch, and that's sort of the important dividing line, I think, for the for Colorado Parks and Wildlife and impacts on wildlife. The envelope that's proposed up here is just a landscaping, pond type envelope, no actual structural development up in there. And again here, they're just starting to work on site planning for these properties, so that will be a further step that we will see when they've actually worked out what's going where. At this point, we're just addressing envelopes. So those are all shown on that map.
Michael, question. Could you point out on the lower one where the Salvation ditch is?
It's basically running right through here. I mean, what you're seeing, the bigger line here.
With the road,
yeah,
somewhat.
Yeah. The driveway runs just above the ditch. It crosses the ditch in here. It runs just above the ditch, so then they will cross back over to get to the activity envelope. So that gives you kind of an overview and discusses some of the requests that are in front of you. As I said, the rezoning, some of the amendment to the master plan, just to basically reconfigure the properties. We talked about the expanding the size of the activity envelopes and creating pond and landscape envelopes. Changes to the road corridor. So some of the other things that I haven't touched upon are, one of the requests, excuse me, is to increase the maximum floor area for parcels 1 and 2 from 7,500 to 8,250.
Just a second. So, Rachel, do you have a question on the previous stuff before?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Michael. With the lot line adjustments, what will the sizes of the two lots be at the end of the day?
Jim might be able to do that off the top of his head.
Roughly 107 acres for parcel 1 and 62 acres for parcel 2.
Okay, I guess what a question I'd like Suzanne to answer as she goes through the presentation is, these were created by a 35-acre subdivision in the state. They're zoned RS20. What is to prevent any of those from coming back in for further subdivision? And is RS20 really the appropriate zoning? So, whatever point that kind of fits in.
If you want, I'll just
go ahead.
right to that if you'd like.
In the packet, it says proposed amendment would be 72 acres and 100 acres. Is that not correct, or? It's in your, it's in.
I think I have the numbers messed up at P&Z, or maybe I still have them. Which document are you looking
Rob,
at?
if you look back on the drawing directly behind you, it will give you what the...
Where am I looking here?
Probably last one?
Underneath.
Oh, are you saying within the parcel, though?
No, it should tell you.
This right here.
Yeah, this says
Here,
100. This says 100 acres, and this one says 71 acres.
Okay.
So it's not 130 and 60.
100 and, what was the other?
172.
71, 72, right?
Okay, 172.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just responding to Rachel's question, there is a covenant that prevents further subdivision. That was done with the previous approvals, so that remains in place. And if it needs to be updated to reflect, again, the current configuration of the parcels, that would be done. But that, the intention and the requirement there is that they would not be further subdivided in the future.
Yeah, it would just seem that having the zoning more closely match that intention would make sense, because I just see too many times when people go back and bring in lawyers from Denver to say, wait a second, state subdivision says 35 acres. How can you enforce a covenant that says less than that? So,
Yeah, I guess it's something we could look at. I'm not sure it's appropriate. I don't think we've done that in the past with that form of restriction. I mean, we need to be looking in terms of rezoning. If that zoning isn't appropriate for this parcel, is it appropriate anywhere else in Woody Creek? I mean, I think we'd have to look at it more broadly rather than just these properties. So I think we've been looking at it as this continues to be consistent with the zoning of everything else in Woody Creek, basically, other than the school parcel that's zoned public.
again, I just would have to ask our attorney, who doesn't seem to be here, of, how vulnerable is a covenant to challenge, given the state's 35-acre rule.
He is coming right back.
Yes, Rob.
And I think that's pertinent when you get to a 70-acre lot, because then you get 235 acres for that 70-acre lot. That was the first thing
Or
that
the
came to mind.
100-acre lot.
Yeah.
Jack?
Since we're on lot and lot sizes, and though it might be contained within what you were describing, what is the reason? Why are we amending the lot lines and increasing the size of the lots and decreasing the size of the school parcel?
That's something that the applicants, the owners of the residential parcels and the school have agreed to and come to us to make that
But that's not what
request.
I asked. Why is it being done? Does maybe the...
Well, I think part of that explanation was that the school agreeing to allow, give the owner, or, that this piece would go to the owner, which helps protect this owner's view plane out this way. And the school is basically maintaining, like I said, about 21 acres, and the idea behind that is to make that consistent with the surrounding zoning, which would require a 20-acre minimum. And I think there is some discussion in the application regarding their sort of, looking to the future of if this was never a school and it would revert presumably back to, similar surrounding zoning, they would maintain a 20-acre parcel to be consistent with other surrounding residential zoning.
But we can get Jim to answer that question fully, because that's a motivation question. That's not a code question, really, so we'll get the applicant. John, Rachel had a question about lot sizes in 35-acre state subdivisions.
To restate, this action would create, in the change in the lot lines, a 100-acre parcel and a 72-acre parcel, both fairly large already. But the suggested zoning is RS20, and these parcels were originally created with state subdivision at 35 acres. I understand that there's a covenant that the county owns that they will not be further subdivided, but how vulnerable is that to challenge based on the state 35-acre law that the county can't enter into, or forced to be entered into, an agreement, a binding covenant of that size? And should the underlying zoning at least perhaps better reflect the intention rather than RS20?
Increasing the zone district would be to match the size of the parcel would be involve several steps, because you'd have to come up with a zone district to match that parcel size. Our zone districts stop at the maximum
35.
size, right? I think my suggestion would be is that the covenant basically needs to address the circumstances to reflect the action of the board here, that this is something that's being done voluntarily by the property owner, and then also to go beyond just merely restriction against a subdivision, because if you divide parcels into 35 acres or better, that's actually an event that's exempt from subdivision. So you'd have to restrict against subdivision, parcelization, division, or any other vehicle that would effectively divide the land. And I've used language like that in the past, and I can't recite it off the top of my head, but I've felt comfortable with using it before.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be the intention clearly of the current applicants or the current buyers to do that, but I can just harken back to the Highlands development, the affordable housing, it's going to be for music students, and how much did the city and county have to spend when a different owner took those all the way up to the Supreme Court to say this is not a valid deed restriction on those properties and not allowed under Telluride. So we prevailed in that case, but after a tremendous community fight. And so it just strikes me as odd that these are, outstanding, that they could be subdivided further, and by adding 9 acres to one of those, are we, increasing that likelihood even more?
Well, I think all we can do is do the best we can to affect the board's intention. I feel fairly comfortable in crafting an appropriate covenant for the property to avoid that circumstance. Not to say that some future owner might challenge it. That's always it's always possible. But at least we'd be in the best position to defend it.
I can have John review the existing covenant before the next meeting and see if there's anything. There is a current one, but with the changes, so there may be, see if there's anything additional.
Okay, thank you.
So there are more items, Suzanne, is that right?
There are more items. Continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think actually maybe what I'll do is just walk through kind of the issues that I, discussed in the memo. And I think that will touch on everything I intended to. So I think I was just starting into the increase in the maximum floor area for parcels 1 and 2 from 7,500 to 8,250. Those prior approvals, 2005, 2008, limited the floor area to 7,500 square feet. That was what was basically offered by the applicant and agreed to at the time. And that the applicant at the time, being Compass, felt that they thought 7,500 was an appropriate limit, and they put that limit on. At the time, our code would have allowed an approval using 2 TDRs to go up to 8,250. So it was a reduction in what the code would have permitted at the time. The applicant is now asking to take advantage of that additional square footage from the 7,500 to 8,250 to include that. They've agreed to restrict that additional 750 square feet to below-grade storage space, such that they wouldn't increase the above-grade mass of the residences. And the explanation was not increasing the number of people who can live or sleep in the residence. So essentially not habitable space, storage, and subgrade. So Compass has worked with the new applicant. Compass is comfortable with this increase in the floor area, whereas they had previously, I think, wanted that limit since they didn't know what they were going to be dealing with in terms of the future and neighbors and new additional development. They're comfortable with the proposal. Staff and the Planning Commission have supported that amendment with the restrictions proposed by the applicant, since there would be limited impact, again, with the below grade, and it would be consistent with the floor area that was allowed by the code at the time. Do you want me to sort of take questions on each issue as we go through? Or?
I don't see any hands going up, so you can continue.
Okay. Employee housing deadline. There was a requirement way back in the 1995 master plan for the community school to provide on-site employee housing. In 2005, there was a discussion about that when Compass, or the community school, was originally a private school and then became a charter school within the public school system. So there's been a change in how they're addressed under our code and whether they're subject to things like our mitigation requirements. In 2005, the applicant came forward with that argument, basically saying that having to provide on-site deed-restricted housing was not appropriate. Now that they were that they were a charter school, they didn't really need the housing, that it could create additional traffic, and it wasn't really a financial priority for the school. Those were some of the arguments made at the time. The BOCC asserted at that time, and the applicant agreed, to maintain a requirement to provide on-site housing for 4 employees. So right now, the requirement from that 2005 resolution requires the applicant to provide deed-restricted housing on-site within an existing facility for 4 employees, et cetera, sort of our standard deed restriction language. And this was to happen, this was tied in also with the requirement, for things that should happen within a year of the sale of the first parcel, residential parcel. So the applicant for now has asked to defer that requirement until such time as the Aspen Community School is redeveloped. I think everyone's aware that the school, at this point, nothing has really changed in terms of the facilities at the school. The school is looking to do some redevelopment. They have some work to do, I think, before they get there, mostly initially in terms of fundraising. And that they would like to defer this requirement so it's really concurrent with what will be happening in the future with the school, which has yet to be determined. The Housing Office has supported that delay, as has staff and the Planning Commission. There was a request from the Housing Office to basically sort of provide a current report on employment so we know where we stand related to those baseline numbers that had been previously provided. And that was 9 FTEs for on-site programs other than the community school. So recognizing that there are programs on site that are not public school, that are actually private entities, those are or private nonprofit entities, that would be Compass and the Early Childhood Center. So the baseline was 9 FTEs. Those entities currently are creating 5.52 FTEs, so they're below that threshold. And then the community school has 12.7 FTEs, and at this point those are considered exempt from mitigation requirements. I think in terms of that delay of the timing, let me pull up that condition resolution, because I think that there probably needs to be a little bit more discussion on the language. Sorry, let me find the right one. Yeah, well, so number 7, condition 7 in the resolution, so that's the very bottom of page 3 in the resolution, says prior to expansion or redevelopment of the school facilities, and then continues with that same language, provide deed-restricted housing on site within an existing facility for 4 employees. Jim has requested that we at least discuss if that's the appropriate timing. And I think another discussion about, I don't know if an existing facility is where this may or may not end up in an existing facility if they're redeveloping facilities out there. So I guess the question would be if it's appropriate to actually delay this to that it would occur concurrent with prior to completion of new facilities at the school. And I would assume we would be open to it either being within an existing building or a newly constructed building that might come as with part of the redevelopment of the school. So I think that probably needs a little work and maybe some input from you on your thoughts on timing for that, how to meet that housing requirement.
Keep going. Jack?
According to the calculations, on full-time employees, et cetera, they're under the threshold, but was it the covenant or just the approval indicated that within 1 year the sale after the first lot had to be built?
The resolution.
Oh, so it's, okay, it's not part of the covenant, I just need to...
Right, no, just the resolution.
So that was a condition placed by the board at their discretion and the agreement of the applicant previously?
The applicant agreed at that time. So that was, like I said, 2005 when they made the argument to eliminate that requirement. And then after the discussion with the BOCC, where I think the BOCC was firm in that was a prior commitment that had been made by the applicant and that commitment should remain, that condition remained intact.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what our options are if we do not agree with that extension. Can we require them to build that housing? Even, it's a year after?
Right, I mean, the deadline of a year has passed at this point in terms of the sale of that. I think as we get into the further discussions, the reality of a year within a sale for a lot of the things that needed to happen wasn't realistic in terms of the work that had to go into that. That's part of, I think, the septic and driveway discussion. But for them to have sold that property and within a year of that, I guess.
But was it completion or just pull the permit? Let's just clarify.
It states, provide deed restricted housing. Again, this was anticipating it within an existing facility. So, but to use that existing facility, it has to have the additional facilities that can serve that, such as the septic system, which
is a whole other issue with septic
so
and water.
Sort of that all rolls together.
Okay, well, I'll just wait for the applicant's feedback. Thank you.
So then on that road and septic improvements, same deadline, was supposed to, within a year of the sale of the first free market parcel, the applicant was to obtain permits for the septic improvements and the driveway intersection improvements. So that first sale was in July of 2011. The applicant has been working on the permitting process since that time, but basically it's taken quite a while to do all of the engineering that's required for both of those projects, which are substantial. So at this time, permits have been submitted to the county and the state for the septic improvements. Jim was here, I think, 2 weeks ago, giving you an update on that. They have also submitted the driveway application to the county for the driveway improvements. Their plan is to start construction next spring, hopefully complete construction through the summer and fall. So they requested to extend that deadline. I had said maybe we should establish a deadline for the end of next year for completion of all of those improvements. The one thing that we can't control is the state's permitting process for that site application. And Jim's thought is that basically sort of by March 1st, if they haven't issued the permit at that time, they're basically going to start running into not being able to meet that December 31st, 2013 deadline to complete the septic improvements. So right now the condition just has that sort of final deadline of December 31st. I was thinking we could probably add some language that if those permits have not been issued by the state, I don't know I think Jim had suggested by March 1st, that we could look to do an administrative extension of that to accommodate, because that's the one thing that we just don't have control over at this point, and knowing how long it's going to take to get them that issued by the state. But I think we've supported this. They are diligently working with this. They've gotten all of the pieces together to submit, but it took a year just to get all of the engineering work done and those permits ready to bring into the process. So that's that issue. Keep going. And the last one, which was just, again, sort of a holdover from some of those earlier approvals, again, within 1 year, the applicant was to contact the state, Colorado Division of Public Health and Environment, to determine if the water system is adequate to accommodate the school facilities expansion, which, again, as all this time has gone by, the expansion is still unknown at this point. So the condition really isn't appropriate in terms of tying it in with some, what we're talking about now. Obviously, once they know what their plan is for expansion, they will have to then make that determination. But I don't know that it's really that pertinent at this time. I did ask Jim to provide some information, their documentation, that at least the system is adequate for what it's doing today. And it is, and I think there's a lot of information to that. In fact, they do get annual inspections by the state. The county is involved with that. So the existing system is adequate for the facilities it's serving today. I think as they continue into this process of looking to expand the school, they will have to make that determination, but I think that basically at that point becomes part of a different process, and it doesn't need to be tied into these conditions. So anyway, that's just more of an update at this point. And that's really it, I think, for some of the issues that are involved. If you have questions on any of the other pieces, I'm
George?
to answer those.
Yeah, Suzanne, I mean, looking at this application, it looks like there's really two, even though it's wrapped into one, there's two sort of requests. One is from the school, and the other is from the owner. And so one of the requests that you touched on was the owner's request to increase the allowance for the square footage. The other that you have in the memo that we haven't addressed or discussed is the owner's request to obtain an extension of the 3-year vesting right.
Right.
And typically, when we've done that, we've had to see some sort of public benefit to do that. So can you discuss that?
Yeah, as we've said, I mean, the applicant, the new owner of the residential parcels has not, moved forward with any permits yet. They obviously have been starting their work on seeing how they're going to develop the property. There aren't any specific benefits to, I think, the public associated with those residential parcels. There are benefits, again, I think that we just discussed, which are sort of the continuing ones that we've always anticipated, the improvements on site to the driveway, the septic system, those types of things. There are no additional public benefits, I think, proposed at this time. So they've made the request to have an additional 3 years. Right now, the vested rights expire in 2013. They've asked if to push that out to 2016, which basically gives them additional time to prepare their site plan applications, because that's their next step in the process, is coming to the county with a complete site plan review application for both of these parcels to then move forward. Those site plan applications themselves, if you did not give them additional 3 years of vested rights for the approvals as of today, if they submitted those site plan review applications before their vesting expires next spring, those will confer an additional 3-year vested right upon that site plan review approval. So, it does create some additional time for them that way. But they're basically looking for more time up front now to give them more time to plan for the site plan.
Any other questions for Suzanne? Is that it, Suzanne?
That's it for me.
Jim, do you have a presentation?
Just a quick one. Jim Curtis, representing the applicant, and once again, Sky Skinner is the executive director of Compass. And like always, Suzanne did a great job, so I would just kind of give an overview. I think most of you know this, but let me touch base. First of all, Compass is a 501c3 educational nonprofit. And on the Woody Creek campus, it operates 2 programs. The first one is the Aspen Community School, which is a public charter school within the Aspen School District. And it's a K through 8. Then also on the Woody Creek campus, the Early Childhood Center is a nonprofit preschool. So those are the 2 programs on the Woody Creek property. In Carbondale, Compass operates the Carbondale Community School, once again, which is a public charter school within the Roaring Fork School District. So on the Compass side, that's who Compass is. On the WCCP1, WCCP2, the owner is Todd and Barbara Leland. They've been wonderful to work with. On the 2 charter schools, once again, they are open to the public like any public school, and they operate in accordance with charter contracts, one to the Aspen School District and one to the Roaring Fork School District. 2 sets of activities are taking place now. You may have read it in the paper. What I call the land use activity, I actually look back and I started on the land use activity in 2002. So I've been dealing with this for 10 years and Sky's been dealing with it for 17 years. And the Woody Creek School, or the Aspen School, was opened in 1972. But on the land use side, really in 2002, the Compass Board made a decision, working with the Executive Service Corporation at that point in time, that to secure the financial stability of Compass and the school, there was the decision to sell land, which was not made lightly, and I know that can be debated or not debated. But given that decision, in 2005, Compass came in and subdivided 2 lots to be sold. And as Suzanne said, the intent was, from the proceeds of those 2 lots, to pay off roughly a $2.1 million bond that was used to construct the Carbondale School, to generate funds to make overdue improvements required by the county, septic system, intersection improvements, and then the discussion on the affordable housing. And thirdly, was to begin to create an endowment fund for the Compass and the 2 schools. That component of this activity is kind of coming to a close now with the eventual sale of the 2 lots in 2011 and 2012. So from the proceeds of those lot sales, we proceeded to pay off the $2.1 million bond. We now have money to make the county improvements, and we're proceeding to get the permits to make those improvements. And we will have some funds left over to create a small beginning endowment fund. On a separate parallel track, which you probably have read about in the paper recently, Sky, after much blood, sweat, tears, all of the above, has been successful in receiving a BEST grant of
$4.2 million.
$4.2 million with a matching fund requirement of $4.9 million. If the matching fund requirement can be raised by May 1st, 2013, those funds would go towards rebuilding the Aspen Community School proper, which was initially constructed in 1972, and doing some other building type improvements on the campus. But there are really 2 separate parallel tracks, and the land proceed funds are not being used as part of the capital campaign for the BEST grant. So, I'm dealing with the land side, Sky has been dealing with the BEST grant, and all of this has kind of come together within the last year based on just keeping your head down and working on it for 10 years. So, relative to land sale and the land proceeds, for the first time in basically the history of the school was able to start this year with no debt and a little bit of money in the bank, and with funds to be used to make the county improvements. So that's kind of the overview. Relative to the 2 minor things I would like to point out, which is just replicating what Suzanne said, on the draft resolution, if you go to page 3, condition number 6, which deals with the septic system and the driveway intersection. Once again, we submitted the state permit for the reconstruction of the septic system on August the 16th of this year, and that was submitted to the county, the state, and the Northwest Regional Council of Government. All 3 of those entities have to approve that permit. And then on the intersection improvements, we submitted for a driveway access permit, and that was submitted on September the 13th, and I fully expect that permit to be popped out by the county, 8 weeks. There really should be no concern relative to that permit. So on the December 31st date, that's really an issue of basically when the state, the county, and the Northwest Council of Government can issue that permit. Hopefully that permit could be issued by March 1st, 2013, and then we could commence construction of the septic improvements April, May 2013, depending on weather conditions. Relative to that permit, I would ask, because this is long overdue and is a condition of the county, that coming from this meeting, if the county, meaning the County Environmental Health Department and actually the Community Development Department, both of those entities have to sign that permit, then transfer it to the state and the Northwest Regional Council of Governments. So if the county could kind of take the lead, execute their approvals to that permit, and send them to the state and COG, I think that would be beneficial. Relative to the intersection improvements, I envision no problems there. So that's condition number 6, the December 31st, 2013. I think there just needs to be some clarification language on the state permit for the septic improvements. Condition number 7, also on page 3, is what Suzanne said. Compass would like to do the affordable housing with 4 employees concurrent with the redevelopment of the school, if the redevelopment of the school should take place, based on raising the $4.9 million and working with the BEST grant. The reason is, fully, at least in the last couple of years, the school, the Aspen Community School, really hasn't had a need for on-site affordable housing. The second thing is that those funds we would like to continue to keep in the endowment fund, and the cost of providing that housing we would like to use as part of the BEST grant. So I would like to say, instead of prior to, if the language could be concurrent with the understanding that should the redevelopment of the school move ahead, that the CO and the deed restriction for the employee units take place prior to issuance of a CO for the school, so they could kind of, that would be your safeguard there. Relative to if it stays in an existing building or in a new building, our current plans would be to put them in an existing building, and I don't envision that would be changing. So, we're fairly indifferent to that. When we went before the Woody Creek Caucus or the Woody Creek Planning Commission, I think they felt comfortable supporting the deferment of that requirement just because it would potentially have less people using Woody Creek Road. So they were supportive for that. So relative to those 2 items, language clarification on condition 6, dealing with the December 31st, 2013 date, and condition number 7, prior to, I would hope that could be concurrent with. So that, other than that, I'm fine with all of the other language of the draft resolution. And now, if you would like, I'd be happy to answer your individual questions. Who wants to go first?
Board, questions? Jim, let me ask you something. On the housing issue, that derives really from master planning that the school did a long time ago, doesn't it? And it didn't derive out of our approvals in 2005.
I would counter that, if I may, in as you will see, there's a huge amount of history here, and Michael knows every inch of it. In 1995, when there was the first master plan created for the school and the 200-acre property at that point in time, that master plan created quite a bit of on-site affordable housing, which was proposed, as you were saying, correctly by the applicant at that point in time. In 2005, when Compass came to amend that application, or to amend the 1995 master plan, the school had converted to a public charter school, and at that point in time, Compass felt, and the leadership of Compass felt they did not need as much on-site housing as what was proposed in 1995. Then there was the discussion in 2005, with now being a public charter school, the employees for the school proper would be exempt under state provisions, and the Compass Administrative Office and the ECC would fall within the county guidelines, and that's kind of where the back and forth mutual agreement to house the 4 employees came about. I think from the school's point of view, at least in recent history, housing has not been a problem for the school, or a lot of housing has not been a problem for the school. We would like to defer it. If you want that housing to take place, it would need to take place in 2013 with the other improvements. Because the chicken and an egg situation is the septic improvements have to take place before the housing can take place.
And one of the difficulties of understanding the application is that each application is discrete, but it's linked to some past action that we took considering the conditions at that time.
That's correct.
And so now we're considering what amounts to a reduction in housing from the first go-round, from the master plan, then through 2005, which was a reduction. Now somehow and I'm just sort of trying to, now we're having a housing linked to something completely different, which is a new goals of the school and a new facility. So I'm just trying to keep it clear.
Let me, I think there is some confusion in your statement. You're correct. The 2005 requirement for housing 4 employees on site is less than what took place in 1995. From 2005 to today, there's no debate about housing the 4 employees on site. It's just a question of timing. Do we do them next summer, or do we do them if and when the school should get redeveloped? But there's no reduction from 2005.
But a lot of this has been timing. A lot of this has, and that's been really the long discussion, which is commitments were made, improvements needed to be done, and really the way you're saying they're county positions, but really both parties want a septic system up there.
Oh, yes.
And both parties want a safe turnaround for school buses, right?
Correct.
Those aren't unreasonable. Those aren't what I would look on as impositions by the county. Those are mutually agreed safety and health improvements by both parties.
I completely concur, and as I said in 2005 and 2008, when we sell some land and have some money in the bank, we want to make those improvements. We want to make those improvements as quickly as possible. The biggest unknown is getting the state permit for the septic system.
Right, and I recognize that. Rachel?
Yeah, I'd like to thank both of you guys for the dialogue on that topic, because I think it's informative and there's different components of it. But, clearly, the 4 units of AH were committed to as part of a master plan that granted the original subdivisions. And so I just don't want to see us go so far down the line that eventually that component of it gets lost. And, again, not necessarily the folks in the room currently, but I've dealt with changing boards and panels over time, that it becomes more of a, oh, well, we can use this state requirement to not have to do housing, so we're not, or whatever, because it comes from the original master plan, and to the extent we need to reference that in our updated approvals, I'd like to do that. I think it's very difficult for boards to have to trace back, to find the original tree of the fruit, that sort of thing. So I think we should reference the commitment that was made, and it will be continued to. I also have empathy and support for the concept of delaying the requirement that be built until such a time as new facilities are built or renovated, because there's always been a policy or goal that there's a concurrency of when the impact happens, so that you don't require the housing 5 years before the new grocery store opens, or whatever the situation may be, that there's a concurrency, that when that class of kids goes into the new building, there's 4 affordable housing units available for those needs. And I think it's just important to note that while this school district or others may not see a need for housing now, we've all seen the boom and bust cycles of housing shortages. And in some ways, it is the larger community affordable housing program that has taken the pressure off the housing market at some level, so that there are employees available throughout the community for multitudes of jobs. And so there has been a public sector program financed with taxes. It's made a lot of units available. A lot of times people like to try to buy those units so they're not in a move-out clause if they no longer have employment with the person who provided an employee unit. And so it's all interconnected web of serving community needs. And so, again, I can support the delay, but I think the reference needs to be very clearly made in the resolution to the original genesis of the affordable housing requirement, so that there's not an attempt to move away from that later.
Anything else, Rachel?
That's my comment
Jack?
on that item.
I'm sensitive to the request for some delay, but I don't know if we just put it out indefinitely until such time that Compass is ready and able to build the new product, as it were, the new school. I did hear, and Jim, you need to correct me, I did hear that the housing would be an existing building that exists now.
That is in use now.
Yeah, so, and what use is it now, if I might ask?
Is the vacant dorm building, which is vacant because it cannot be served by existing
The
septic.
septic, yeah.
And also the administrative offices are in another locale.
Okay, so I'm not sure why we would need to wait for the newly developed school, because the housing is going to be built in the existing building that exists now. I'm uncomfortable with saying, well, when you get various things together, go ahead and build the housing, because this has been on the table since '95. I was here for '05 application. I was here for '08. And here we are in 2012, 17 years later, and housing's not built. And, how long do we go deferring this? Because I believe, whether it's Jim's presence, the current administration and board of the school, et cetera, or the future, they're going to continue to tell us they don't need it. And so, what's the timing? The timing is about right once the septic is in. So I would like the board to consider that. And there's a whole lot of asks here. And when I look at what the public benefit is, with absolutely stating the school, that benefit exists in and of itself. So, we're not, we won't touch that one. But, the vesting, I know when I came on, since I had been on the board, and I can't speak what occurred definitively before, but we've been very diligent about the reasons why we extend vesting. And George alluded to it earlier about the public benefit. What's moving this along? Is it all moving along where there's a private and a public benefit, as it were? So on this issue, I think it's in question, and I would respectfully disagree with Rachel about just deferring it under the conditions. And certainly I want to hear others also.
Michael, can I ask for clarification
Yes,
on
certainly.
Jack's comments? I appreciate the dialogue, because I don't have as much history with this as you do. But can anyone answer the question, was there additional facilities and demand created using the 95 master plan that did not create any housing? And how much was that increase in intensity or use or number of students or square footage?
Can I say something? Am I the applicant? Can I be a part of this conversation?
Well, it's up to me, Sky, and what we're seeking here is clarification. So if you can clarify or answer Rachel's question, I'd be glad to recognize you. So
That would be great. I'm Sky Skinner. I'm the Executive Director of Compass. And just really appreciate the conversation, too. And I have appreciated the long relationship we've had with this Board of Commissioners on this project. It's been a long haul for the school. I'm excited to feel like we can begin to see the end of the tunnel. I can appreciate the need to really think long-term about the decisions that you're making. Compass has been trying to do the same thing. And the board has been very committed to keeping these outstanding obligations. And they are definitely mutually beneficial for us to have the central septic system and the driveway be safe. And I would add that we really would look forward to the day when we have the 4 affordable housing units up there. There hasn't been a burning need for them now. We can see that it would be fantastic for us in terms of recruiting teachers to the school when people are new to the valley. So we are looking forward to that day, just for some perspective there. But in 1995, we were an extremely different organization. It was a different time in this, in the economy and in the valley, and we had as many as 12 different projects under the Compass umbrella. We had big plans for continuing to be a sort of incubator for nonprofits, and it was a grand vision. We had to really radically change our operations in order to make sure that our core 3 schools would survive. And so there's been a big shift in our vision from 1995, when we were thinking really big, to now when we've gotten really focused and centered back on what's the essence of our work in this organization. So there has been that shift.
But was there construction under the 95 master plan that created more square footage, more intensity of use on the site, demand for more teachers, maintenance staff, or anything like that with the building?
If I may, the construction subsequent to 1995 was only one new building, which was at that point in time the Wiley Arts Center. Subsequent, 3 or 4 years ago, that, as Sky said, being an incubator, relocated down to BOCC. But
What is the Wiley Art Center building being used for now?
Art classroom.
Art classes for the school.
When was the dormitory built?
Oh, I do apologize. The dormitory was built 6 or 7 years ago, also as an incubator for in conjunction with Colorado
Another
University.
project, teacher education program.
Yeah, teacher education product. And that closed down for lack of funds from the state or from the University of Colorado 4, 5, 6 years ago.
But it was also closed because there was inadequate septic
That was
service
correct.
at the time.
That was correct. And, yes, I stand corrected. 2 new buildings since 1990. Those buildings were created to originally house incubator programs, and incubator programs, both of those, one relocated to the salt and the other one shut down.
One last follow-up question on this topic, if I would. That's helpful to understand this, and I can understand more from Jack's point of view why he'd like to see more immediacy rather than a further out date. But what are the conditions of the state grant towards this school? Because I know that with Department of Transportation projects and grants like that, if you expend them monies before you've gotten the grant, you won't count towards your local match. And we used to pursue things called a hold harmless letter, so that expenditures we made before a formal grant was allotted could be counted towards local match. And because I'm just very sensitive to how difficult it is to fundraise in the first place, and if we end up with a requirement that then costs them $800,000 or some amount to get this housing online early, and they can't use it as part of the local match for that $4 million grant, that's not the circumstance I would like to set up.
Well, yeah, I'll just weigh in that I see the balance of what Jack is saying, that the 4-employee requirement was based on the original zoning and the original development, not just the new zoning and the new development. And I have to differ with the comment that was made a couple of times that there hasn't been a need for housing. And just because you can hire employees that live elsewhere doesn't mean that there isn't a development of employees that have to be housed somewhere. And that's what the mitigation program is about. So the comment of there hasn't been a need for housing, or we haven't needed to offer that to someone. I don't need to offer my restaurant employees housing, but there's a need for them to live somewhere. And our community has developed this housing program for that exact purpose. So just to weigh in on the specific line item, I would like to see that it doesn't have to start until the development starts, but have a deadline date on that at some point, that if you don't do this development in 10 years, well, the housing has got to happen at some point, and you need to make a decision that the development may not happen, but the housing still has to happen. It's a requirement from a previous zoning. It's not a requirement, from the way I'm reading this, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not a requirement of the additional development. So the point is that it's not connected to the additional development, it's connected to the previous zoning, so there has to be a timeline on that a deadline that comes before a development that may not happen.
Yeah, and that there's a default if the development doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of your comments are correct.
So, George.
Yeah, I really agree with that, and to Jack's point, and also Rachel's concern about going after that state grant. But that grant, there's a deadline for that, so you're going to know within a finite period of time whether you've been able to raise those matching funds. In the interim, you're still going to be going ahead and developing the new septic system, and the need for that septic system will then address the needs for those 4-employee housing units. So I could see putting a time frame on the housing units, regardless of whether you receive the grant or not, 1 year after the septic is put in, something like that. So that addresses your concerns about a timeline. We're not looking way out to the future. That's one point. The extension of vesting rights, I still have a little concern about that, because we always, or not always, we were constantly getting requests from applicants to extend the vesting rights for their own personal benefits. And sometimes they'll show a public benefit, and then we do grant those. But without those public benefits, as a precedent, I think we're going to get into a sort of a bad situation there. The other concern I have, which we really haven't discussed, is the concern about the increase in the square footage. The current owners purchased those properties knowing what it was zoned for and knowing what they were allowed. And even though they had to utilize the TDR, which may have granted them additional square footage, at the time, that's what was considered, and that was the agreement that was made. Even though the current owners are saying that the 750 additional square feet will be used as subgrade and will be used as storage, again, who's going to be checking on that 2, 4, 10 years down the road to determine, has that 750 square feet been converted somehow? So I have a really concern about that as well. I'm not sure that we're getting any additional benefit from that, the community or the school. It was just sort of an agreement. And I noticed that the Woody Creek Planning Committee had some concerns about that as well, and left that up for us. So that's an issue for me as well.
So Jim, let me clarify something here. The employee housing is a concern of the school system, right? I mean, that's a commitment that we talked about that was originally made in master planning and subsequently modified and is before us today. The vesting is actually not a vesting for the school. It's a vesting for the 2 parcels, now more or less 1 parcel, that's a different...
That is correct.
So you're representing the owners essentially here.
That is correct.
And the square footage increase also is not related to the school, but is related to your other client. So I just want to make those clear. It starts to get, given the timeline and given the complexity of it, it's hard to keep track of it. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I hate to be on the opposite end of this discussion from some of my colleagues at times, but a couple of points is that, one, I just think it remains important to have landing spots for TDRs and use up TDRs. That's a concept of the entire program, is where will they go? And we hear requests for TDRs regularly or need to use those in constrained site situations. As subgrade space, no more additional visual impact above ground. I'm okay with allowing additional TDRs to be able to land here. That's an important tool in our portfolio for land preservation, but you have to have the other side of that. And it seems that we hear regularly about whether houses should be this big or where they should go, but we never really refresh the memory of the 20 acres preserved without a house here because of the TDR. And it's not appropriate in my mind to only concentrate TDR landings within the urban growth boundary. I think they need to be landed and shared throughout the county because they are increasing, increasing open space and moving density to more appropriate spots. So I'm okay with that. And then, the best...
Rachel, let me ask you a clarifying question. So they're asking for an increase of 750 feet, and you're suggesting that you would be you'd be comfortable with that if it involved another TDR for that 700 square feet?
Yeah.
50 square, or 2.
And I just want to be clear here because by right, they have 5750. The TDR would be another 2,500 square feet, although they wouldn't be able to use all of it. But so a TDR would still land on this site.
Yeah.
But it would only be a 7.
Yeah.
So you're saying they would have to use 2 TDRs, or is that what you're saying?
No, each TDR is worth 2,500 square feet, and so it gets you up to 8,250.
Right, and so...
But it's limited to...
The parcels use 2 TDRs either for 7,500 or they're using 2 TDRs for 8,250. Basically, right, there's if under the 7,500 scenario, they're losing 750 square feet of that second TDR.
But that still extinguishes a TDR.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not more TDRs to get to that point, I guess, I think is.
That was what I was trying to clarify, whether indeed it would be another TDR to get 750 square feet, but there's some discussion that needs to happen on that.
Right, again, I clarify that. They're not
maybe I
asking for an additional TDR. We're not arguing that if they wanted the ability to purchase an additional TDR, they've been granted the TDRs, and as part of that granting, they knew that with those TDRs, they were going to be allowed up to 7,500 square feet. And what they're asking is, because those
Okay.
TDRs...
I was confused. I thought they were able to go up to...
Yes, Jim? Can you clarify that, this discussion?
Well, actually, maybe I can clarify all three items that are being discussed.
Try with one, and if it's clear, then work on the other two. And the first is static.
Fortunately, everything Compass, the school, and the county has done has been in a cooperative relationship. It's very much appreciated on this side of the table, and so we very much appreciate it. To resolve the housing issue, what I would suggest is that the 4 employee housing be provided prior to the school year of 2014. That should be post the septic system, if the state permit is issued, and prior to the beginning of the 2014 school year. That seems like a...
Why wouldn't we time it with the approval of the septic systems and take that approval as the start date for a time period post?
You would say 1 year or whatever, but yeah.
Because we're trying to eliminate uncertainty here. And if there's still uncertainty with the state permitting, why would we join with that uncertainty? Rather, given the certainty of when that final approval occurs, at a subsequent time, you'll provide the housing.
So maybe one possibility would be 1 year after CO of the septic system or something like that. But some definitive time frame is certainly acceptable on this side of the
How does the board feel about that timing? Is that so?
It accomplishes what I was trying to get at, because linking that future was...
Lincoln, and I think, I think the desire is, starting in 1995, and we're now 2012, it'd be nice to kind of wrap it up and just wrap it up. And so, I think that is a good, so we see that as a good possibility. Now, Jim, you had some other things you want to address.
Also, relative to vested rights, I'm fully aware of the public benefit criteria for that. And I have to say, in completely good faith up front, I really cannot make an extremely powerful, hard argument to counter that. I can say that the Lelands have helped the school financially, both in simply by buying the land and then making monetary contributions that have been used to facilitate the planning, engineering on the intersection engineering and the septic engineering. So secondhand, by helping the school, which is a public school, one could argue there are public benefits on a secondary basis. But I do respect, the criteria, and I'm fully aware of that criteria. So I cannot make a strong argument. You guys just make a decision. Move on.
Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to, and though Rachel linked, I'd like to de-link square footage with TDRs.
Well, just a second, Jack, because we're just talking about...
But I'm going to vesting.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep...
But I want to set the stage here, because really, we know what a value of a TDR is. The current approvals speak for itself, and that's square footage, and there's a request. But to me, that's a separate request. I absolutely agree with what Rachel said about the sensitivity of landing all TDRs in the urban growth boundary, and this is an ideal site, and we know that that possibility exists. But unfortunately, there's an alternative about GMQS. You can also go through GMQS, I believe. For me, a public benefit would be saying, and we'd need John's legal advice on this, that we eliminate that alternative about going through GMQS because we have stated a goal to modify the square footage throughout the county in the rural areas. We haven't got to that yet. So the process isn't very diligent. Let me clarify, Jim, because you've been there. The process is diligent, but the competition isn't great. So for me, a community benefit would be saying you must do TDRs because that helps the bigger goals and policies of the county, and we eliminate this alternative, and to me, then we get to the public benefit for the vesting. If that's possible. Jim?
I appreciate Jack's comments. On the house size, going from the 7,500 to the 8,250, I would like to make a strong argument for that. And that in 2005, and when that was repeated in 2008, it was really brought forward by the school trying to protect itself. Because at that point in time, we did not know who might purchase these, if there would be two separate purchases. So it was in the school's best interest to protect itself from really bulk and mass. I mean, it's a visual question. Impact is less so.
So Jim, let me clarify that. So that approval for 7,500 feet was actually asked for by the school in this, and when they did their application.
We offered that in the 2005 public hearing, and it was accepted by the county commissioners and shows up in the 2005 resolution. But it was brought forward by the school in its initial application in 2005, and it was brought forward because the school wanted to protect its visibility from itself. Because we are now neighbors. I mean, the school now has two neighbors. The school has been fortunate. The people that bought the lots have been wonderful to deal with. So as Suzanne mentioned, in both 2005, and correct me if I'm incorrect, both in 2005 and again in 2008, if someone had bought two TDRs, which were approved in 2005 and 2008, that option was approved, they would have been able to go up to 8,250. On a voluntary basis, we reduced that 8,250 down to 7,500. Now that the school knows who the neighbors are and they've been working hand in hand, I felt a reasonable compromise for both parties, the school and the purchasers, was to say, okay, do what you could have done in 2005, which was to go to 8,250, but don't increase the bulk and mass above ground. So that's where the concept of the underground, below ground storage space came about. I think that is a fair compromise, and quite honestly, I really don't even need to link it to vested rights. Vested rights can stand on their own, either up or down. Quite honestly, we can live with that either way.
No,
but I will
TDRs we're talking?
Purchase of TDRs, we can live with that.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So with the original approval at the 7,500, that was prior to the county passing the 5750 code, or no?
No.
No, it was 5750 was right. In place.
So the 7,500 could only be accomplished with one TDR to begin with. And Jack, are you suggesting going up to the 82.5 with a second TDR, or just allowing the full use of the original one TDR?
Well, I wanted to...
Yes, I am.
I think this needs some clarification, Rachel, because I think, Suzanne, could you explain this to us?
Yeah, so in this case, since these were newly created parcels, they either had to compete in growth management or use TDRs to establish development rights for these parcels. So in this case, the approvals provide both of those alternatives, but if they're using TDRs, they need 2 for the square footage that was approved. The first one gets them to 5750. In their case, they voluntarily reduced how much of the second TDR they could use by cutting it to 7,500 total.
Okay.
What they're asking for is to be able to fully utilize the square footage associated with that second TDR.
Not fully use it, but use it
Right,
in a restricted
being
manner.
able to have that amount of floor area.
Rob?
The one thing that's a little unclear for me, I totally understand what you said, is that they voluntarily reduced the use of that second TDR, because I've only been on the commission for 2 years now, and that voluntary is never without a horse trade for something in the time that I've been here. And there are several times where we have had land uses in front of us where we've said, will you reduce your size to X, and then we'll allow this. Because a neighbor complains about the size of it. So really my question is, was that completely voluntary by the candidate, or was that part of the entire package that was put together in getting the land use approvals, the zoning, the this and that? And here we are, a different board, and it's being brought back to us as, well, we gave it up, but now we want it back. And, well, what was the full discussion before? And I don't have that information, and I'm not sure, that I feel comfortable making that decision without that information.
Well, and Jim and I think we're both sitting at the table then, but I think it was truly, they came to us and said, we're just asking for 7,500, we're not asking for 8,250, and I don't think we've ever turned anyone down when they asked for less than what we would allow them. Yes, it was part of the whole package that was presented at the time, but I don't think there wasn't any horse trading about that. It wasn't something we were trying to push down. That's what the applicant came in asking for, and we said, great, 2 TDRs to get you to 7,500 rather than 8,250. We'll take it. I just don't think that was a topic of much discussion at the time.
Well, but the
package.
The subdivision occurred with these.
Right, it was one piece of.
You could hardly discount that as not being pertinent to the subdivision itself, I think. But yes, Rachel.
But now that the background is more clear for me, if it's a request for 750 per lot subgrade using the full original TDRs, and then again, I know you didn't want to link it to public benefit investing, but Jack kind of did in his comment, what if there was a 5th TDR purchased and that is 1,500 square feet, was split between the 2 lots to allow the 750 below grade, and then there's a public benefit in the extinguishment of that additional TDR, and the vesting can go forward. I don't know if that's kind of what Jack was getting at, but that might be an alternative.
Yeah, that's an interesting proposal, Jim. What do you think? It covers
my personal comment, I'm trying to simplify things. I'm trying to build the septic system, build the intersection, and get this stuff done.
And adjust a bunch of lot lines.
And increase their air footage and
envelopes. And
extend vesting.
Again, it seems like, we have to separate these.
No.
You've got the school application and you've got your client, your homeowner application. And so I don't think the school application I'm really comfortable with.
Yeah.
The property owner application I have concerns with. So you have to really, in my mind, to really separate.
Yeah. But Jim has a difficult task in front of him. But Rachel's proposal is interesting in that it allows for the 700 square feet, and since you're extinguishing the remainder of it, that might be considered a public benefit, which leads to extensions of vesting all in one swoop fell. So what do you think?
I have to get feedback from the client.
Okay.
But
Let me ask the board, what do you think about that proposal?
But I need it clarified, because where I started from, we built a little bit, and so I would like to have it clarified exactly what we're talking about here.
Well, I think, let me try to clarify. Rachel's suggesting that there are 4 TDRs in play right now. One for the establishment of the building, and one for the additional up to 750 square feet. And given that there's two building sites. Rachel's suggesting that we add a 5th TDR, which is split 1,500 square feet, 750 to each structure, and then the rest of the square footage extinguished. And that extinguishment is viewed as a public benefit. Do you understand, Jack?
Well, I'm not getting the 4 TDRs, and I need to ask Suzanne, was it not clearly 2 TDRs that were talked about originally?
Per parcel.
Per parcel.
Oh, yeah, so for the development right end.
And the additional square.
Rob? I think it solves a lot of the problems.
Yeah, I mean, it is a give back, no matter what intention was presented by the applicants for reducing to 7,500. That's kind of what the county has in hand now, and to give that back and to do the vesting without public benefit seems awkward. But I think that 1 TDR might solve both of those issues.
And George is comfortable with it.
So that would be 4 TDRs
Plus 1.
plus an additional?
Yes.
That would cover the square footage.
And we
for both of them.
eliminate the alternative going through growth management.
And there's an extinguishment essentially of 1,000 square feet that's not going to be used.
And that additional 750 on both cases, both lots will still be subgrade.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a great solution.
Yeah, so we've added public benefit in dual ways, because we're assured that we're going to not go through growth management, but preserve open space or whatever through TDRs.
Well, there won't be any increase in visible mass of the structure, and there'll be an extinguishment of 1,000 square feet. So that can be, I think we could all agree that that's a public benefit.
And then again, the vesting of rights for an additional 3 years goes forward, and I think that gives you a lot more time without a crunch to get a better site plan and architectural drawings and a better design for these homes.
So I think we've got agreement on this side that that's a good idea. You'd have to...
I've got to speak to my owner.
You've got to talk to your owner, and that's understandable. That's understandable.
My owner may come back and say, separate the two issues, like where we started.
Right. But...
I will communicate back when we get back together.
Jack?
So let me, if you wouldn't mind, Jim, I'd like to clarify about the wildlife issues and the 2 ditches.
Yes.
The Clavel ditch is clearly the most sensitive area, the second being the Salvation ditch. Did we, or Suzanne, you might answer this, did you get, with these adjustments, did you get any further feedback from Parks and Wildlife?
I was just looking quickly, I know I didn't hear from them this time. I know we discussed with them the changes to the driveway in here, where basically it's coming up above the ditch, and
Right.
Kevin was fine with that. I mean, in the past, their biggest issue was the structure, the activity associated with the residence. So this is the Clavel up higher, this is Salvation. So really above this, is the driveway, and then this one, landscaping pond, some improvements to a drainage area over here. Nothing that really has wildlife impacts.
Okay.
So I think all of the development still remains below the Salvation and far away from the more sensitive area on the...
On paper, I can see that, but I can also see why the wildlife migrating clearly to the pond. I don't mean migrating with corridors, but, accessing the pond for...
I can see that, but they already have a ditch to drink from already.
But does the ditch run all the time?
No. But the reason this is what I can't remember what year it was, 2005, again. But the reason there's no development in that upper meadow is not because there were wildlife concerns, although there were. The primary reason was there's a covenant existing on that upper meadow that allowed, that essentially forced the redevelopment to occur below the ditch.
That is correct.
And that also definitely satisfied the wildlife covenant
Right,
in terms
right.
of pushing it.
But it wasn't, the wildlife wasn't the primary motivator.
So my last question is, I remember from the site visit, the fields on the lots were hugely impacted by noxious weeds. And I noticed that you spent about $2,500, collectively, whomever. Did that start to mitigate that? It was one of the thickest thistle fields I'd ever seen. So has that started to be mitigated and will continue to be?
Yes, and that there's still lots of thistles to be completely upfront. But Prima
plant.
has been spraying for how many years?
I think 4 or 5, we've had them coming up routinely. It's made a tremendous difference.
Making progress, but they're still there.
No, I understand, and I understand. I work with Prima too, so it's a cycle, multiple.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It's much less terrible.
Yeah, well, good. For me, at the end of the day here, hopefully your owner is in agreement with the proposed additional community benefit, because we are, in fact, talking about extending housing dates, extending septic improvements, extending road improvements, and extending vesting, in addition to increased square footage and increased size of development parcels. So, talking about that working together thing, yeah, we're preserving a little bit more land, which Rachel's idea is good, kind of a piggyback idea. It was perfect. So I'm finally there. I had to get a little bit dragged further, so I'm appreciative of the cooperative effort.
Yes, Rachel?
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure, but it sounds like we may have gotten through as much as we can for today without Jim checking back with his client, and wondering if a motion to continue would be in order at this time, or is there more ground we need to cover now?
Well, how does the second part of this?
Well, there are 2 items in front of you. There's an ordinance for the rezoning, so that does require 2 readings. So we recommended approving that on first reading today, setting second reading for October 24th. Then you would continue the resolution, which is what is dealing with all of these other issues you've been discussing. So we were recommending, we knew this was going to go to another meeting anyway. So there would be separate action on the 2 items, continue the resolution, and take action on the ordinance on first reading.
Okay.
Well, and the rezoning speaks specifically to the lot line changes, not the building envelopes, because that's in the other aspect, but just the lot line changes and then moving that zone to encompass that lot line.
To match those, yeah.
And the vesting? Is that carried?
The vesting's in the resolution.
The vesting's in the other resolution, okay.
And it's a rezoning to public, right? Is that what we're talking
Well,
about?
it's basically 2 pieces, some from public to RS-20 and some from RS-20 to public. There's a piece.
But the RS-20 exists as it is, right? I mean, there is that zoning up there. We're actually...
Right, you're just internally to these 3 properties, taking some that's public today out of public.
Oh, so it's already zoned.
Right, let's see if I get it right. This piece today is zoned public.
Right.
It is being removed from public, so it can be joined to these other the residential RS-20 properties. And then the small piece in here goes into public since the road would be accommodated there.
Okay. Yes, Rob.
And just to make clear, with the rezoning, we want, that includes the changes of the lot sizes.
Basically, the rezoning is just changes the zoning, but it
Okay.
makes it consistent with the lot changes that are taking place in the resolution.
I guess my question is, language that we first talked about with the concern of the covenant of no future lot splits, does that go within the rezoning? That goes in the resolution language. So I'll make whatever motion is needed for the rezoning. So I think that's the easy piece.
Is that possible to do, is that possible to do right now?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, was that in here as well?
For 2 readings.
I just go by the memo page.
We do have a public hearing on the first, am I correct, Suzanne?
I think
On
both
the
are
first
both are
of the
noticed.
ordinance and the resolution.
Right.
So maybe we should have that before we make any motions.
Yeah, it's a land, I'm just checking here. So it is a land use public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this application at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Rob, you're proposing a motion?
I'm proposing a motion. I think I'd like to start with number 5, if that's okay, which is the rezoning, the Compass Lifelong District rezoning, first reading.
Okay. Your motion in favor?
And it
In
also-
favor. And then we're going to continue the other one.
Right, and I will second with the clarification that also includes the Woody Creek CP1
Oh, yeah.
LLC and the Woody Creek CP2 LLC rezonings as well.
Yes, sorry, I just didn't go
Okay.
through all the initials.
So it's seconded.
Is there any further, do you have a question, Jack?
Yeah. Lindy, should we read for the record the exact language of the ordinance or the language
It'd be nice, I have the
of the
title
agenda?
here, I mean, it can't hurt.
Just to clarify for the record, Rob has moved to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, rezoning portion of the Compass School parcel from public to RS-20 and a portion of parcel 2 Compass subdivision exemption from RS-20 to public.
That's correct. I just couldn't find it.
Okay, that was pretty complex.
Yes, Rachel, discussion?
Comment on the motion, I will support this at this time, knowing that it will come back at the same time with the larger master plan resolution. I want to make sure we have our master plan resolution discussion first to see if both of them will proceed to final approvals.
Any further discussion, board?
And second read, I'm sorry, is October 24th.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the resolution, the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting approval to Compass WCCP1 LLC and WCCP2 LLC for amendments to the Compass and Aspen Community School Public Master Plan.
Second.
In addition,
Amendments to the activity envelope on Compass parcels 1 and 2, and amendments to the resolution 36, 2008 subdivision exemption for lot line adjustment and extension of vested rights.
Did you get a
We're
second?
continuing to October 24th.
Is that sufficient time, Gene,
Sir.
to talk to your clients? And in that time period, we're going to have our attorney look at the covenant that protects against further subdivision of those parcels.
And I will incorporate into the resolution at the time the changes that were discussed today regarding timing issues.
The housing.
The housing and the septic permit timing, et cetera, so I'll have draft language on those for you.
There were also 2 changes that Jim requested. Did the board approve those?
Those are a comment, are part of what we discussed here, so those will be addressed in the redraft.
Any further clarifications? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
So thank you.
Once again, it's been a long road, but I think light is at the end of the tunnel.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 20 past 2.
Just, if I can just say to all of you, thank you, and if you have any interest in coming in, walk around the campus and seeing what our plans are, we have to do anytime.
Thanks. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks. Thank you.
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting for September 26, 2012. It's about 2:25, and the next item we have is the Lawler Code Amendment for a B2 zone district, second reading. Michael, are you going to present to us? Thank you.
Okay, Mike Kramer with Pickens County Planning Staff, and this is the Lawler Code Amendment. We're here for second reading, and this is the public hearing for this code amendment. And the basic idea of this amendment is that for the B2 zone district, a grocery store is identified as a personal service outlet, and the applicants are here to amend that portion of the B2 zone district, which restricts a 3,000 square foot grocery store to a grocery store of 3,000 square feet. And what the applicants are requesting is to amend it to allow a 10,500 square foot grocery store. And the board here heard this at first reading on September 12th and had some comments for staff to address. And Michael, if you want me to, I can go through the bullet list on page 2 of the memo.
Sure.
To outline the changes that were made to the ordinance and what else was addressed. One of the overriding largest concerns of the September hearing was that we were getting dangerously close to spot zoning, as we heard. And what the language read was that only one grocery store of up to 10,500 square feet was allowed in the B2 zone district. Staff eliminated that exclusivity of that one grocery store to allow as they can be in that zone district, meaning that more than one can occur in the B2 zone district. And the ordinance reflects that. The board directed staff to include language about the 87 Down Valley Comprehensive Plan and the 2012 AACP to identify the need to locate intensive, larger development inside the UGB versus the rural area. We included a few recitals in the ordinance saying that. The P&Z recommended to the BOCC that a 13,000 square foot grocery store was appropriate, and the board felt that wasn't actually appropriate for the B2 zone district at this time, and staff has amended the ordinance to reflect what the applicant is requesting, which is 10,500 square feet of grocery store space in the B2 zone district. Commissioner Owsley, you requested of staff to show documentation of the neighborhood need for a larger grocery store in the area, and we included some from a 2009 meeting in the area in the board packet. Commissioner Hatfield, you requested that we have basically some bullet points in that code section that is being amended to generally just read better, read clearer. So we numbered that out and put that in the ordinance, and it's there for board review. The board had a general sentiment that with a larger grocery store, inherently there were more issues with parking and facilitation of transportation in the area, delivery services and things like that, that are part of when a store expands or a building is larger in this case. And we've included language to require basically a site plan showing a parking plan, delivery service plan, signage plan, and that's in the condition or the language in the ordinance that the board has. So that's all in the board ordinance for review. And then finally, we received 2 letters, one from Mountain Resort Interiors, which was included in the board packet, and then a letter from the building owners too. That's in the board packet too. And then finally, in addition, Commissioner Hatfield, you were asking about the P&Z minutes from the P&Z hearing. Yep. And staff has finished them. They are not the adopted P&Z minutes, but those are the drafts that staff will give to the P&Z at the next hearing.
Michael, quick question. We also received an email, at least I did, I forgot it, but from the homeowners, North 40 homeowners. Did you receive that?
I received it.
Yeah, because there was a qualification about their support, and dang it, I forgot to bring it. I wish.
I think it essentially said that they thought it was a misstatement of fact that they had approved or weighed in to approve the ROCC proposal, that they had supported improvements to
the master plan.
through the master plan, but they had not specifically been asked or presented this current plan, and they had not currently voted on that. I know I responded to say, you know, it would be great if you give us some direct feedback on the current proposal, but I haven't heard anything since then.
From Mike Teller, and I responded the same way, and I concur that that's what it said.
Kind of essentially.
We should enter that email into the record.
As well as the responses.
As well as the responses of the commissioners, yeah.
And we referred to the AABC Homeowners Association, and we also referred to the North 40 Homeowners Association.
Yeah.
We didn't get it formal.
Yeah, we didn't get formal.
Yeah, and again, he was emailing, I have to make sure I still have it at home with my responses, but he was emailing to ask that the public record be corrected from the first meeting, that they had not formally endorsed this project and it was misstated.
Well, we have...
Maybe it was a newspaper coverage, I don't know.
I got it.
I can't seem to find it.
Well, John, when somebody asks that the public record be amended to reflect whatever, they can't, can they do it through us, or do they have to do it themselves?
It's essentially been done in the discussion that Jack, Rachel, and Rob have had in regard to that email.
Okay.
And the responses that Rob and Rachel put back out. What the record will be augmented to reflect is the exact nature of the emails and the responses, as opposed to just the discussion that occurred here. So the record is not so much corrected as it is continuing until this matter is closed by the board with a resolution.
Anything else, Michael?
What's that?
Anything else?
No, that's all I had. And then staff is recommending approval and second.
Yes, Rob.
Michael, for me and the record, is there within our land use code a definition of personal service outlet and of grocery store? I mean, what defines a personal service outlet to what's not a personal service outlet, and what defines a grocery store to what's not a grocery store?
We define personal service outlet, and within that definition, in the definitions chapter, it identifies grocery store. I don't have the code in front of me, and I can see Lance looking for it, but basically it's defined in our land use code in our definitions section.
I could read personal service outlet if you would like.
I would, please.
Okay, I would do that. Personal service outlets means establishments that provide services and goods related to household living or everyday needs. Examples of personal service outlets include post office substations, self-service laundries, dry cleaning, collection, and distribution stations,
barber and beauty shops, shoe repair shops, grocery, drug and liquor and photo studios, and internet service access points. And there's not a separate definition of a grocery store.
The concern that I raise is that there potentially may be another application for a 10,000 square foot grocery store within the UGB, where the way this new code reads, the UGB and the B2 district, and what is allowed under the definition of a grocery store if we're not defining what a grocery store is, which is pretty much, in my opinion, everything was defined under a personal service outlet, because you're not defining grocery store, so in essence, you're not defining what's not a grocery store. And I think it's something that should be addressed, that if we're basically, should we be basically allowing all personal service outlets to be a certain size?
That's a question for the board.
That's a question for the board. So that's a concern for discussion further on.
Yeah, on that question,
Go ahead, Rachel.
I think it's really to our attorney and Lance to weigh in, because this code is saying grocery store. It's not increasing the square footage for other personal service outlet facilities.
I guess my question is, can one make an argument that a liquor store is a grocery store in some essence of, if it's not defined, you're a liquor store that sells peanuts, you're a grocery store. And I don't know what the answer is to. I don't know what the answer is to that.
I can tell you what the Wikipedia.
I've got a few liquids.
A grocery store is a store that retails food.
Peanuts.
A grocer, the owner of a grocery store, stocks different kinds of foods from assorted places and cultures and sells these groceries to customers. So I think a liquor store is clearly different from a grocery store.
Well, the best practice would be to define just what it is we're talking about. I didn't realize there was no definition of grocery store in the code. The absent a definition in the code, what would happen is exactly what Chairman Owsley just did, was to look it up on some accepted, I don't know if Wikipedia is it, but some accepted usage type of a dictionary. The dilemma, it seems, with that particular definition is that as long as you're doing something like that, you might be able to do something else. So I think we probably want to define a grocery store as something that does that predominantly or exclusively, or does no other type of retail business or something along those lines, so that we have a handle on what it is we're approving.
The difficulty seems to me with current grocery stores is they essentially do everything, and from liquor to postage stamps, and so finding that definition is going to be difficult, I think.
Well, that's why it would be for the board to define what a grocery store is and what it means for us. Absent that, like I said, you can go to some other source to see what the accepted definition is, but it would not surprise me if you could find in about 5 minutes a couple of different definitions, and so that leaves wide open what the possible interpretation could be.
So, board, what do you think? Should we start defining grocery stores now? George?
You know, if it walks like a duck, it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
It's got to be a goose.
I don't have a problem with it.
You don't have a problem with just the word grocery store?
As it is, and you know, if we get another application that tries to sort of bend that, we have the ability to weigh in on it.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with George for different reasons. You know, I think we may weigh in on something that comes in as a hybrid grocery store, but we also may see the value in it. Maybe, you know, there's a reason why there's pharmacies in grocery stores now, or there's a reason why there's a postal outlet or a U.S. bank teller or this sort of things. there's market demand for that, and it sometimes can reduce traffic trips and things like that. So, I think there's a sense that, you may be opening yourself up to a larger combined facility where there's a dry cleaning drop-off location, there's a pharmacy for pickup, there's, you think about Rod's Clinic Pharmacy that used to be on the Main Street building. That was very small, and yet, I doubt that was 800 square feet. I doubt it was 700 square feet and served the community needs. So I can see leaving it this way. I think if we tried to get into defining a modern grocery store, you'd have to start to say, and does not offer this service, and does not offer DVD rentals, and does not offer these things. And it'd be so many things that doesn't offer, it gets back to being a gas station, quote, grocery store. So I don't think there's value to going there. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a larger, building come in from the business center saying we want to offer this whole array of household needs.
I would think that it wouldn't necessarily be a dilemma for a grocery store that we all know and hear. What it might be is a facility that only offers a very limited amount of what is expected from a grocery store. It might do a whole lot of something else. And in the realm of personal service outlets, there are a lot of potential retail services that fall within that category. Lance just mentioned a couple, but there are a lot. And the only real ability that you get to review when it does come in, I think, is the criteria that are outlined in the code modification, which is basically an analysis that there's adequate provision for vehicular and pedestrian circulation, parking, trash, and delivery service and signage. And if that has been satisfied, you may see, or you potentially could see, a business that is a minor component of what might be seen as a grocery store, and 8,000 square feet is something else, or more.
10,000.
A little bit less, I guess.
Yes, Rich.
Well, given John's comments on that, perhaps we should at least say that a, predominance or 80% or some amount of the retail square footage shall be dedicated to the retailing of foodstuffs, type of thing. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is. I do know the city got in real trouble with that sort of zoning at the neighborhood commercial zones where, it wasn't supposed to be new clothing stores, but it could be consignment. It wasn't supposed to be a new bike shop, but it could be a bike repair shop. And what percentage of the floor, was really going towards those uses or not, can be a real dilemma.
I think it's probably, to be honest with you, too much of a chore to try to define a grocery store on the fly right now, simply because I don't think that with the intent of the board to limit what Roxy's might do within their store if it looks and feels like any City Market, Clark's, or Whole Foods, or whatever. So one way to deal with this is to go ahead and approve this and then direct staff to do a code amendment, forthwith, so to speak, to define a grocery store and include that, such that we aren't eliminating what somebody might do for their business, but at least cover it such that we're not dealing with a medical marijuana facility that's 9,000 square feet and 1,000 feet worth of
Brussels sprouts.
Yeah.
So is that satisfactory to the board that we not tackle the definition ourselves, but direct the community development staff to secure a definition? Okay? That satisfies you, Rob? Okay. Are there any other issues we need to address, Mike, or none?
That's all I had.
Okay. Sonny?
I really have nothing to add. Mike was gracious enough to let us work with him on the definitions. I think that addresses the concerns that were raised. It also provides much clearer language that Jack requested. I would state for the record, though, I do not believe that we ever implied or stated that the North 40 had approved our project or anything. My application did reference an earlier survey that was conducted by the landlord of the Aspen Business Center, which identified a need for a larger store. But I think that may have come from the newspaper as opposed to anything that we stated here. We did not reach out to the North 40 and provide them with a plan to review, but we did mail them and it was notified as part of the process. Unless you have a specific question, I really don't have anything else to add.
Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. I was wondering, I've been thinking about this a little bit, as the restaurant is closing and Roxy's is moving into that space, the restaurant always had a outdoor seating area. Is that going to remain? Is that become part of the lease to Roxy's, and how do we deal with that space, that through the code?
Is that part of the lease space?
Yes. It'll be for outdoor dining. Right now, for the record,
Could you-
Rob Snyder from the Aspen Business Center. Right now, Roxy's has a series of little small tables up against the parking area there on the north side of the building. It would be our vision that when this expands, that that patio area would then be incorporated for, people to sit and take their lunch or meals to go and set in that area as they expand the deli and expand the deli offerings.
Yeah.
That's been one of our real goals with working with Mike and Roxy, is to get as I said in our letter, a first-rate deli, and meals to go.
Yeah, and I fully support that sort of concept. I was originally thinking about the layout of the parking and how that gets improved, and I was hope it can create a little bit of a pleasant place to sit and eat your lunch rather than the front seat of your car. But then it occurred to me that using the restaurant space, you probably would already be having space like that as it's reconfigured. I guess the bigger question to me is, does the code count any outdoor space because it's temporary, it's not covered, it's not...
Correct. We would only count outdoor seating. I don't know what the city does. They may do something differently. But in the county, outdoor seating is not floor area unless it has a roof projection of over 8 feet that covers it.
Okay. Right. So there is that location, and as you look to the parking lot improvements, you already know where that's going to be. Great. Thank you. That was my only question.
Any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, Sonny, I wonder how, with the new language, the applicant is going to deal with the issue of adequate provision has been made for vehicular and pedestrian circulation, parking, and MRTA at the P&Z asked about bike racks. So, and actually, I apologize, maybe I should ask staff this, because how are we going to interpret this? Meaning, there's enough spaces number-wise, or is there a desire to, reconfigure anything, or what's the next step in implementing this if this is approved?
I can tell you what we envisioned.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'll take an answer from anyone then.
Well, the question came up, I think Rachel had raised it, that yes, there's 80 some odd parking spaces out there. The code only requires 30, but it may not be the most functional layout because of the way it circulates. So as part of the building permit application that they would submit for the remodel, they would submit a site development plan that shows improved circulation out there, adequate parking, perhaps signage which reserves some for some uses, some for others, whatever. Perhaps bicycle parking, places to sit outside, perhaps additional landscaping if necessary, whatever. But the idea being that if you were reviewing this as a brand new project, that one could determine that what was being proposed was adequate for the use that's there.
Okay, that helps me understand how the practical side gets implemented with the plan, site plan and all of that. But I wanted to make sure it was going to be more than, we're going to count spaces and, and Rachel articulated more in depth there, but I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
What's staff's response to that?
It would be that response exactly.
And do you have criteria for judging circulation and adequate
The
parking?
code has specific criteria regarding how many parking places, backup room for parking places, driveway widths, et cetera, et cetera. We'll look at all those things, but we'll also look at it generally. Is this going to work?
Yes, Rachel?
Just kind of, I feel comfortable leaving it in staff's hands for the site plan review, but in my look at the definition, I would suggest a couple of small modifications on item 3, and that is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th line shall include a site plan demonstrating that adequate provision has been made for safe, and insert the word safe, vehicular and pedestrian circulation, comma, and then I would add the word auto and bike parking, comma, and then the rest of the sentence reads as it is. But that way we've included the bike element and, put our own emphasis on that it is safe pedestrian access and safe circulation that our greatest goal is.
How does the board feel about that? Okay. Staff, are you comfortable with safe? Okay.
And auto and bike?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's something they can define. Anything else, Rachel?
No, that was all.
Any further questions? This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Now, yes, sir. You're the applicant, though.
I'm the applicant. Can I talk to her?
No, certainly. I just want to identify that you are the applicant.
Mike Lawler with Rochester Market. And Rachel, just on that note, we're probably going to be more critical on the parking plan than probably even staff will.
Yeah.
And from the safety standpoint, I've been in the fire department for 23 years. Safety is first, second, third, fourth. It's a priority.
Yeah.
And parking too. Dog parking is another critical thing for us later on.
Puppy park. I know it's a side note, but I know people who used to cut through that parking lot where the cafe is just to get in queue for the Highway 82 light. Not parking there at all. They just treat it like an alley or a side road.
They go for a loading dock.
And so, again, it's your issue and your project with working with the landlords, but I think you really should consider one-waying or some of those type of things in that area.
It's a big concern.
Yeah, I don't know who actually, there's who owns the road, what the access, and, who's the landlord, and who makes those changes. I don't know, so. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifying specifically the 2006 Land Use Code for Land Use Code text amendments, with the addition of the words safe and auto and biking to this section 3 of that code.
Any further discussion?
Well, I was wondering if the liquor store is going to come in and ask for a spot table for liquid lunch.
I think they'll just share.
Well, there are ordinances
all the time.
on the consumption of, not Brussels sprouts, but in public, but certainly liquor in public, so. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
By the way, liquor stores, I guess, the state are pretty well restricted to what they can sell. Very clear in the states.
Hey, Sonny, how are you? Good, how are you? So much going on in so little time. Mike, how are you? How are you?
I put those TDOs map up there too.
You guys can do it. You said
And also women you were, or what's going to work.
Okay, Mike, you want to get that started for? Right.
Even though I was there, I wasn't sure.
Put that up in city or something.
I think that's fine.
Go ahead. How are you, George? May we take a moment to be dead with Larry? That's what I call him. He took Liz and I for sure. He was so excited. He said, you know this guy, Richard Shaw? Oh dear.
He asked me if he'd ever watched on a regular basis the program. He said, Deadwood.
This is probably,
Oh, not too often.
this is a guy that bought the middle ring. I'll get that.
Wow, this is tough.
Don't get between one of those and four.
Sliding cup.
Remember I turned that
Here, that's it. And then you turn this on. And then is that turned on down there?
Yeah.
And then we have to turn the projector on. There you go. Give it a start.
Michael, do you need the screen down?
Not to start.
Not right now.
This is for the applicants. I was going to wait till.
So are we almost ready? Michael, are we ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Go ahead, start.
Okay. Okay, this is the Shadowwood LLC request for activity envelope review, site plan, subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, and then also a subdivision exemption for a minor plat amendment. And we're looking at lots 2 and 3 of the Sparrowvik subdivision, and we're east of town, east of Aspen, and I put up an existing condition survey on the board behind you, and it shows the 2 lots, and also on page 1 of your board packet too, I put an aerial photo in there to identify the 2 lots. But basically, lots 2 and 3 of the Sparrowvik subdivision are adjacent, and lot 2 once was home to the Stillwater multifamily apartments out there that we all know of, and lot 3 is the adjacent lot, and they are home to actually 2 single-family residences. This is an existing conditions map right here, and this is lot 2 of the subdivision, and then this is lot 3. The existing conditions are actually not true to this map because the Stillwater multifamily housing unit's been already demolished. Shadowwood has already been.
Like, I take it these two aren't oriented the same way?
They're not, yeah.
Okay.
North is going, horizontal, and then this one's north is up here. But this is lot 2, this is lot 3. Here was a multifamily housing unit that was demolished, and then right here is one single-family residence, and on this side is another single-family residence. And the reason the board is hearing this request, typically this is an administrative review, done by staff, but in light of the request, the applicant's asking to amend some plat notes, and the ComDev director, pursuant to our land use code, has the ability to refer this application to the Board of County Commissioners for decision. And the reason for this is because there were some significant plat notes on the Sperovic subdivision plat that were quite significant, and I'll get into those in a second. But basically, this is the general outline of it. Lot 2 up here is bound by the Roaring Fork River to the north here, and then obviously they're adjacent, and a driveway will be shared then for the proposed development for the 2 lots. So what the applicant is requesting is to build a single-family residence in place of the multifamily dwelling unit that was out there, and this is the proposed footprint for that for the single-family residence. And then on the southern lot, Lot 3, the applicant's asking to remove one of the single-family residences that's right over Rob's head right here, and they want to build an accessory structure, not a residence, which is in compliance with their code. And to do so, they're requesting to amend some lot lines. Now, if you pan over to this side of the survey of the existing conditions, this is the lot line between the 2 lots today. And what they're proposing is where this red dash is, right here, and they want to make it basically a straight lot line. And it just configures the lots more appropriately for the development. And basically the lot line right here. So with that lot line adjustment, we'd also be amending the plat to the Sperovic subdivision plat. That's the proposal for the site plan review. As far as the activity envelopes and site plan, the applicant hasn't proposed any envelopes on steep slopes. They're 100 feet away from the Roaring Fork River, which is the setback that the code requires. Basically, constraint-wise, the applicant has shown compliance with the code. So staff has no problem with the site plan proposal portion of this. Specifically, I wanted just to address the plat amendments where the applicant has requested to remove actually 3 plat notes on the original Sperovic subdivision plat.
Michael, let me just ask you.
Sure.
Can staff amend plat notes? Because that's why we're here, right?
Typically, we can administratively.
You can change plat notes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can. But we also have the ability, when there's an administrative review, to refer to the Board of County Commissioners when there's been controversy or there's some important public input that's been provided. And that's what we've done. We brought it to you for a decision.
Okay.
So the most notable of these plat notes, and I've included actually the Sperovic subdivision plat in your packets, is Note 2. And Note 2 basically says that lots 2 and 3, the sites are restricted to existing uses and structures, including any accessory structures. And this is pretty interesting. I don't think that any of us can give a conclusive reason why that plat note resided on the 1960 plat when the Sperovic subdivision plat was recorded.
Did you say 67?
It was in the 60s or 70s.
60s or 70s? 74?
So the 1974 plat that was recorded included this condition, this plat note, which restricted both sites to existing uses and structures. And interestingly, the multifamily housing complex that was out there was considered a legal non-conforming structure in our current zone, which is AR2. AR2 zone district doesn't even allow for a multifamily housing unit. In fact, it's prohibited. But since this was built a long time ago, it was always considered a legal non-conforming structure. And from a pure planning perspective, removing this plat note and reverting this site to a single-family residence is in compliance with that zone district. So staff supports the removal of that plat note to bring the lot into conformance with our land use code. The next plat note that the applicant is requesting to remove is plat note 5. And this one reads, and I'll just read it here for the record, the water systems of Lot 2 and 3 shall be connected to the Aspen Metropolitan Water District system when and if it becomes permissible by virtue of an authorizing act of said district to do so. The applicant has requested removal of this plat note, Mainly because they have two approved wells in the lot. There's a well called the Shimer well, and the Shimer well number 2, which will provide water for the two lots 2 and 3 here. And they have requested to remove this plat note. And this is also interesting too, because I think in a general planning sense that it would be advisable to hook up to a city water or municipal water district because this is located within the UGB. It's our urban growth boundary, and the water system could be provided. However, this plat note says that, makes reference to the Aspen Metropolitan Water District, which does not actually exist. There's a City of Aspen water system that is provided, obviously. This plat note makes reference to the Aspen Metropolitan Water District, which does not exist. And we cannot ask the applicant to connect to a district that does not exist. We've asked John about this too, and this is what staff understands.
Did it exist at the time of the plat note?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't know either. It must have been contemplated at least, simply because it's called out with a specific name as opposed to just some district.
Staff supports the removal of that plat note too, because it sounds like we cannot ask the applicant to connect to a district that does not exist. So the last request for removal of notes is note number 6 on that Sparrowvik subdivision plat. And paraphrase, basically what it's saying is that Lot 2 had water at the time of final plat approval in 1974, and the condition stated that Lot 2 shall supply 1,440 gallons of water per day to Lot 3 from the Lot 2 well system, even if these lots are ever separately sold. And the applicant showed proof of legal water supply for both lots today, and staff does not have a concern removing that plat note because the applicant has a legal water supply. So we would support the request if you want to remove that plat note. So basically, that's the request as is today, and staff is recommending that the board and county commissioners approve the resolution that's provided in the packet.
Any questions for staff? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Looking at the site plan over there behind Rob, it doesn't look like there's particularly a riparian vegetation type of landscaping plan. It looks very urban right down to the river's edge. And I realize the house is complying with the setback requirement, but wouldn't it be more appropriate to have a site plan that had a riparian vegetation responsive to the river's edge?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think what you're talking about, Rachel, is this property line here is also adjacent to the Roaring Fork River.
Yeah.
And then actually, this is the east of Aspen Trail right here. And then upland, which is actually quite a steep slope going up to the proposed footprint for the residents. And I agree. I would say if we were going to require landscaping, it generally would have been riparian and wetland vegetation to enhance the environment out there. But that slope, when we did a site visit, is basically an upland dry slope. There is no riparian habitat there. There is no wetland habitat. And I don't think it could even support that without a lot of water and irrigation. So what they're proposing is this landscaping here, and staff doesn't have any concern with that. If there was some riparian habitat there, it could be enhanced, we would definitely require that.
Thank you. The topography obviously doesn't show on those designs, so I appreciate that.
Slope down the river.
And I guess the bigger question I have is, I can see letting plat note number 5 go and plat note number 6 go. But number 2, it seems the intention of whatever board was fairly clear to keep a multifamily apartment on that site. When it says they're restricted to existing uses and structures, including any accessory structures. And so I just, to say it can, I understand you've demolished it and didn't want to rebuild it or rehab it to a condition where it could be rented. But it seems like you just demolished yourself out of the use that was allowed by the original subdivision. And I don't know why we should grant a single-family home site there instead of saying this is a multifamily apartment site. It says so in the plat, and it should be rebuilt to that legal non-conforming use. That's just my challenge.
George?
Another question. Just for clarification, on Lot 3, you say that regarding the accessory structure would not be a residence, and the lot will retain one single-family residence. So that means that the applicant has the ability to still build a single-family residence on that lot in addition to the accessory unit?
There's actually two on Lot 3, and there's one, I'm just going to work out this one, so it's not the one to the right here, is up is north. But this location for the proposed accessory residence actually is today is actually a residence. And then in addition, there's a residence that resides right here as of today. What the applicant's proposing is to remove the residence that's in this area and reconstruct an accessory structure in that location. So they will retain one single-family residence on that lot.
So then, since we just went through some definitions earlier for a grocery store, and I know we've discussed this in the past, the definition of an accessory unit, so that could be a habitable
Accessory structure?
No, could not meet our definition of dwelling, which means it cannot have a kitchen, cannot have a bathroom, full bath, shower, bathtub. But it could be an art studio, it could be an office, it could be storage, it could be a garage, it could be anything that we allow as a secondary building on a property.
Yes, Rachel?
You're following up on that, but by keeping the existing single-family home on that lot and then removing plat note number 2, that home could be demolished and rebuilt with 5750 under our code?
The floor area limitations, I don't know if Mike said what they are, zoned AR2, so they're subject to AR2 floor area limitations. Do you remember what those are for each of these lots?
Yeah, we have it.
Zoned AR2, which means there will be a single-family home on each lot ultimately that will have the maximum FAR that's allowed by the AR2, and I believe it's in the 3,000, 4,000 range?
Somewhere around there. In either case, both lots are not exceeding 5750. So I don't know exactly what the FAR hashes out to, but
Both lots combined do not exceed 5750?
each lot.
Okay.
Just to answer specifically the question on Lot 2, 4,752, and for Lot 3, 4,510 square feet.
Okay.
Richard, would you just identify yourself?
Yeah, I'm Richard Shaw with Design Workshop, representing the ownership.
And what is the existing single-family home size?
That's going to be demolished?
No, that's going to be kept for right now.
This one right here?
Yeah.
On lot number 3, the existing square footage is 2,200, I'm sorry.
Okay.
For the house. 2,200 square feet.
Because, again, I'm just really struggling with lots 2 and 3 site are restricted to existing uses and structures, including any accessory structures. And this on lot 3 would be a doubling or more of the current single-family home size. And it would be eliminating the rental multifamily structure in favor of a single-family home of 4,510. And that, to me, between both of those things, represent a major upzoning from the committed plat decision from the previous subdivision.
Well, yeah, we've had discussions about that and with the attorney's office, and what this plat note means. And our understanding is that the ability to keep that lot as affordable housing does not exist in this plat note.
And I didn't say affordable housing. I said rental apartments. I know it was never deed restricted, but it was rental apartments before.
I think your comments are correct, Rachel, and I think that's why the request, obviously, is to remove the note.
Yeah.
And the note, of course, is, as the board can see for itself, is not very artfully written, but maybe it reflects the time of the approval. And it does throw some doubt on how that property can be used. The original structure that was demolished, I don't know if the board remembers, it was subject to an order of condemnation by the county for failure to comply with many basic health safety concerns of a building code nature. Egress, ingress, fire safety, stairwell construction, really sort of basic things. And the building department at the time took a view of the structure, and it was difficult to see how it could have been rehabilitated, actually. It was fairly dangerous place to be.
Yeah. If I could just follow up on that point, it seems to me, whether it was artful or not, perhaps the board at the time thought they were keeping it very simple. This is as simple and straightforward and direct language as I've seen. Lots 2 and 3 sites are restricted to existing uses and structures. And because it was neglected until it became uninhabitable, does not seem to be an appropriate path to get out of prior commitments and prior approvals. I mean, allowing it to fall into such disrepair that it could no longer be functioning as a free market multifamily apartment, and then saying, okay, so now we'll get to rezone it to a single-family home site. I just don't see it.
But there wasn't any rezoning there. The zoning hadn't changed. It was actually a non-conforming use on a residential zone.
It became non-conforming when that zone was zoned AF2. It preceded the zone, and so that's why it was a legal non-conforming use. Maybe upzoning, rezoning is the wrong term, but the net effect is to take a lot that was noted to be a multifamily free market apartment and turn it into a free market single-family home site. Would be the effect of removing this plat note. And I just can't see what compelling argument there is to do that.
So do we know if the zoning was rezoned in 1974 along with this plat note?
I would assume, I don't know.
I don't know when it was zoned.
It must have been zoned after the plat was recorded, because at the time of the recordation of the plat, the approval was legal. It was legal by virtue of the fact that the BOCC approved this plat. At some point in time, when the AR2 zone district was established and zoned for this particular property, that's when this particular property became non-conforming. Its legal status was predicated on the fact that when it was improved and developed, it was conforming with the then existing laws of the county.
Jack?
Yeah, I think Rachel's hit on really what amounts to the threshold question in this whole discussion. I can remember going back to when the red tag occurred. I was chairman, and there was a lot of heartburn on the county staff's part and the fire district, because it meant displacing employees. Though it's not deed restricted, et cetera, it was still habitable on the basic terms of habitable, of course, but it didn't meet code, so it had to be done. And in the discussions that went around about this property, I always thought that we had a reliance that this was going to remain a multifamily site. And so, I don't know how, I guess, we could need some legal advice and maybe a request for an exec session here if necessary, but that understanding has never diminished over time. I thought we had reliance here on, and I'm assuming it was the plat. It's not like we had a land use application, so we had all the facts in front of us. So, this to me is a very threshold question. I don't know, other pieces of this, it certainly might make sense, A, B, C, do things, but plat note 2 is a real hang-up for me in moving forward on this.
It seems the owner chose not to bring it up to code at that time when it was red tagged. They chose not to use it in that function. And I just still come back to, do you neglect a property that was designated in one way so that you can change its uses later?
So we'll let you do your presentation, Richard. This is just a discussion, and it'll raise points for your presentation. Any other comments or questions for our staff? George? Nothing? So, Richard, do you want to make your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Michael. We have a brief presentation, and I want to really focus on the factual understanding about the property and its history, why the property and the subdivision was done the way it is, why the plat notes have no application to the current proposal, and to describe what the common sense conclusion of this two-unit subdivision is. The first thing is that when this project was constructed, there was no subdivision, and it was a non-conforming use. This area was zoned as agriculture forestry, and at that time, in 1968, there wasn't a lot of enforcement about zoning. There, in fact, wasn't even a subdivision ordinance in the community. So I'm talking about a parcel of land and a site which was not subdivision, had no legal access to it, that was constructed in nonconformance in 1968 in the zoning district. It was at a time and place where it could have been in Twin Lakes and had the same effect. There were no other projects out there, no other houses. To give you some context to that, it wasn't until 1972 that Knollwood and Mountain Valley were even subdivided. So this was a parcel of land that was constructed on the basis of these 14 small residential units that existed on the property. So in 1974, what was attempting to be done? Well, for the first time, legal access was established because at that time an access agreement was reached with Fritz Benedict that made it accessible to the property. And secondly, what was done is that these 3 lots were created. The third lot is the one that goes and spans the river. Well, on lot number 2, which is facing the river, that had about a 60-foot setback. And the way the physical conditions were, the glacial moraine came up high, the river was below, and the Shadowwood apartment was built as close as you could to the steep slope overhanging the river. It is a plat note in the context of that time, and the context was the county was in the process of downzoning the entire county because they had these higher density parcels that had still the land entitlement or a zoning category all around the outside. And the intention was to bring that and consolidate it and to put in place zoning that was consistent with these neighborhoods. So the plat note here, number 2, is about the question of confining and controlling the nonconformity of this multifamily parcel. It was to ensure that there wasn't more illegal expansion. It was to ensure that this wasn't going to be expanded and become more multifamily. Now, in today's context, when you read a note like this and we have a housing authority and we have a housing program and we have a housing crisis, it appears that it's being restricted on the basis of not letting it go out into some other use. What this note was about is that it wasn't going to be more illegally expanded or the uses different than what existed inside the structure. Now, what happened then with the structure? There was originally a water supply problem. It provided domestic water, but it had this really awkward circumstance, which is manganese and iron, which forms as a mineral in these glacial moraines, can occur anywhere. Where the water supply was coming from, Shadowwood, wasn't hazardous, but your clothes turned orange and your fillings got hurt every time you drank a glass of water. So it was a problem, and the technology to remove that and create a good water supply didn't exist. So Shadowwood rented on a short-term monthly basis, and that was the proposition of what the use was. When in 2003 it was essentially found to be unoccupiable, it forced the owner to liquidate or to take all the existing tenants and to evict them because it was considered so unsafe that it couldn't be occupied. So in looking at how to rectify that, this is what was done. First, there was an absolutely serious structural problem with it. Secondly, there were code violations in electrical and mechanical. Third, there was asbestos in it. Fourth, there was egress problems. The hallways didn't connect properly to the staircase. It would not have provided safe access in the event of a fire. So in order to look at this and to see is it feasible to correct these problems, it wasn't feasible to correct this problem. And so the occupancy ceased and it sat there. Under the land use code, non-conforming uses that sit for more than 12 months unused disappear. And there was nothing the owner could do to solve that problem. So in the course of that, the evaporation of that use took place. And it's 9 years, hasn't been used, it has not been occupied in any way. And we have a circumstance now where the use is described as multifamily evaporated. It can't be identified in that particular use as a single family use. This existing use doesn't allow it. So the dilemma that we face here in finding the right plan and the right use is to go back to what is the instruction really about. It's about taking the standards of design and height and use to be consistent with that zone district in the neighborhood, which is essentially single-family housing. So the proposal in front of you is for exactly what that zone calls for. It is for the size with no additional requests for added square footage. It is for not the 28 feet that's allowed, but for a building that doesn't exceed 20 feet in height. It's for a building that tries in every possible way to reduce the scenic impacts on Highway 82, which are just off the map, by situating the buildings within the forest and within the topography and with a one-story profile, with materials and other architectural treatments that make it go away. The existing Shadowwood building was 4 stories on the riverside, so over 36 feet in height. And the 4 stories on that side were adjacent and facing Highway 82. So working with the ownership and the neighborhood and the areas around it, and particularly taking the instructions from the land use code about the permitted uses, the common sense conclusion is that 2 single-family uses consistent in every way with the land use code in the district is the use that's there. There is no possibility of rebuilding this as a multifamily structure. So that's what we've proposed here to the Board of County Commissioners. And with it comes some remarkable benefits. The first is that we've taken the structure back and pulled it nearly 50 feet back from the river's edge. And in that area, to your question earlier, Rachel, we're going to landscape that area. Now, is it riparian? No. It's a steep embankment that falls down. But at the public trail, there's a series of disturbances and retaining walls that have fallen in disrepair. We would remove a portion of those, re-landscape that, improve the visual dimension around the pathway, and then restore that hillside to upland vegetation clear to the face of the building envelope as it's been proposed. And with that, that restores the area adjacent to the river and creates even a greater setting for this building against Highway 82, because there'll be a screen effect as someone would view it from Highway 82. The lot line adjustments makes it possible to, originally the lot lines were around the parking lots. That surface parking would disappear. The coverage on the site would disappear. And in its place, the proposal is simply to straighten that line to make a usable and effective access division between the two lots. In the domestic water supply category, we have 2 decreed wells. Both of those would operate, so the water supply is solved. And that's been confirmed by the state engineer, and we have the treatment to solve the water quality issues which are there. We had no choice but really to demolish this structure because of the complexities of getting out the structural question and the subsequent asbestos. So rather than let the winter crush the roof in and create a problem that would be difficult to solve, we went ahead and removed the structure now. And in doing that, took advantage of a time where we could effectively demolish it safely and not have additional problems. So what I wanted to describe in this is the fact that the notes of particular concern have to be read in the context of the time in which they were put on the plat, because it would be absolutely clear that nobody could read perfectly what the intent of the note was. But when you look at what it's actually describing, it's really about solving the nonconformity that always existed. It always existed from the time in which it was constructed. And so that in combination with the inability to use this has created the circumstance. And what we think is here is both a thoughtful and reasonable plan, follows the actual zoning district solution that's intended and its standards, and has met every criteria in the land use code as it relates to this building envelope and site plan conditions. And with it, we believe that there are added advantage in the actual presentation of the building proposed. Its height, its scale, and mass are small. And it has a design that purposely makes it even more so, but not going to the highest standards that are allowed in a normal district. So that we appreciate your consideration of that context in terms of granting activity envelope, the site plan, and the adjusted plat arrangements that we have proposed.
George? I got a couple of questions. Richard, you said that after a year time that the multifamily unit has been vacated and dormant, then that non-conforming use goes away, and that based on the new code. That's the first question. And then the second is, you also said that this parcel could no longer be used as a multifamily lot. Is that again because of the current code?
It is. It's because of the zoning standard which is set. The code specifically looks at non-conforming uses and how you would apply to them. And in a non-conforming use, occupied and used continuously, it stays as a legal non-conforming use. It means it was a use that doesn't match the standards of that particular zone district. 9 years have passed since it's been occupied. And because we had no choice in occupying it and using, and the remedy didn't exist for us to solve that problem, we have passed that time limit, and so the nonconformity that is allowed under the code disappears. So as you look forward to what would you build in that location, you have to look at the zoning district. And what does the zoning district allow? From a use perspective, it allows a single-family house and it allows a duplex. No multifamily. And so the dilemma is that you may have lost the possibility of 14 units there because of the nonconformity clause, and what you have to do is move forward into what the standards of that particular land use district are, which is one residential unit at a maximum size of 5750.
No, you just said not 5750.
Provided, well, the lot size on that lot is big enough to support 5750, or close to it.
Okay. Because you had said before, one would be 4752 and the other be 4510. And now you just said 5750.
Well, I'm saying the district, the zoning district will allow 5750.
Talking about potential, not
Potential, up to 5750.
So, Richard, let me ask you, you described the context and context of the times. Do you have any minutes or records or anything other than your feeling for that context?
Well, we have searched lots of records, and there are all the old zoning codes from that time period. There's the documentation of what the code said about various times, about the zone districts that were applied at the time in which the structure was built, and then subsequently to 74. There is not a Board of County Commissioners record of that we can identify. We understand completely that the structure pre-existed this subdivision. It was there and completed, as were all these structures at the time. The granting of this first subdivision, in which the plat notes occur, is subject to the physical boundaries of what had been constructed. The plat note, you think about the fact that there was no housing authority, and there wasn't this whole question of housing as a restricted use. It's absolutely much clearer what this note says. It is restricted to that use and structure. In other words, you can't expand it. You can't add more to it. You can't go about adding apartment number 15 to it. It was a method of dealing with the fact that it was a non-conforming use from the get-go, and that the greatest problem the county was facing in 73 and 74 was there was rampant unenforcement and legal violations in the zoning code. There was a desire not to maintain the multifamily use, but to downzone multifamily in these rural areas. And that began to occur in 1974. So what was happening is, as these illegal uses, in a way, or uses that predate what we consider our land use culture of today, were out there, the concern was to rein them in and to prevent existing expansion of these buildings or greater expansion. And this is a note about the confinement of the use. It isn't a note to restrict it, that it had to only be that. How could a note that describes that in the future, for all time, you have to have exactly the same structure in place? That is really not a believable or fair interpretation of what the language says. That you would never be able to change the structure. It's not a possibility when you think about it in the context of this is about taking this non-conforming structure and making sure that no new expansion were ever to occur on the building. So the note is about confining the uses to what is there and not to allow new ones, not to allow expansions and remodels.
Is there community development records on building permits for this structure?
No.
None whatsoever.
Michael, we've searched and we cannot find a building permit for this.
I mean, I'm just trying to establish, I mean, it's an interesting interpretation, but I don't see any documents. But
Well, two things. Who signed the plat? Do we know which commissioner at the time?
Yes. It was Edwards.
You know, I don't know if it's worth asking him for a statement of what the intent of the plat notes were at the time. He's still around, may or may not remember the context exactly. That seems valuable. But the other question I was going to ask is, Lance, were you looking for the section of the code to read us the portion about non-conforming uses?
Yeah, as stated correctly, where a non-conforming use of land or non-conforming use of structure is discontinued or abandoned for 12 consecutive months, then such use may not be reestablished or resumed, and any subsequent use must conform to the provisions of this land use code.
John, did you have a comment?
Just to feed into that aspect of the discussion, I don't want to get off to a different topic or anything, but that's all true enough. However, this situation is a bit different in that the use that was legal and non-conforming was provided for specifically by a plat note, such that if the use is discontinued for more than 12 months, the reestablishment of that use, there would be certainly a different position. In other words, you'd have authority to reestablish it because of the plat note, as opposed to a property that was subject to, say, a downzoning somewhere in the county that did not have an associated plat with it, and then the use was discontinued. And to reestablish that type of use where there is no other authority for it would not be permitted. So this is a little different footing.
Because of the nature of the plat note referring to its use at that time. George?
I'm just trying to clarify. I thought I understood what you said, but when the use disappeared, there would have been an ability to redo the plat with that same usage or not?
Redo the property, re-improve it. Right.
Yeah.
I would say there's a pretty strong argument in favor of the ability to do that, even though that multi-family structure would be not allowed under the current existing zoning. It is allowed under the subdivision plans.
But at the same time, there would have been an ability to change that plat as well?
Well, the ability to change the plat is what you're entertaining.
No, I understand that now, but at that same time, if the prior owner wanted to come in and redo the plat with the existing usage, they could have at the same time come in and change the plat for a new usage.
You can always request an amendment of a previously approved plat. So the timing of that is up to the property owner.
Any further questions? It's interesting to have the same phrase interpreted completely differently. This is great. It's so clear.
This is Bart Johnson.
I'm Bart Johnson. I'm here with the applicant. I did want to point out that, and this is coming secondhand, but I think Lance will verify that Lance and Mike spoke to Joanna Schaffner about this, and she interprets the plat note in the way that we do, that it was focused on the fact that this was a non-conforming use when it was built, and that, as she interprets it, it was an attempt to wrestle with the fact that it was a non-conforming use and structure, and trying to make sure that was dealt with on this plat. And so I realize that our interpretation is different than maybe some of the board members, but it's not novel in the sense that I think Joanna agrees with us that that's probably what this plat note was about. None of us know for sure, and I think staff has done their own research and hasn't found any board minutes, no staff memoranda, no nothing that explain what people were trying to get at with this plat note. We do think that in the context and without kind of the benefit of hindsight revisionism, looking backwards, that it was really struggling with the idea that this was a big multi-family structure in a zone district that it wasn't permitted in. That said, we were under the impression, and maybe John Ely has given us a different interpretation, that the only way to do multifamily now would be to rezone this property to some zone district within the county that allows multifamily that would be appropriate for this property. And there isn't any zone district like that. There's the business district that was created for Woody Creek. There's the business district that was created just for the ABC. Redstone has a similar zone district. Each of those allows multifamily as a special use review.
none of them would be appropriate for this site because they also allow all types of things like the liquor store you were talking about earlier. The county does not have a zone district that's just residential, that just permits single-family and multifamily housing. So there would be nothing to rezone this to permit a new multifamily building to be constructed. John has indicated that he believes the plat note would permit development of a new multifamily structure there without any kind of rezoning, and that's news to us. And it may change things. I don't know, but we would have to consider how that would play out. We were assuming that you would have to rezone this to some zone district that doesn't exist.
Just for the record, Bart Johnson is doing some real estate work for me, but I don't think that presents a conflict, so I just want to let people know. Why is there an absence of any board of commissioner meetings for 1974? Although it's a fairly long time ago, they certainly kept minutes.
I read them. They make no reference to the plat notes. There, as a motion in the minutes, and they approved the final plat. There's just nothing there.
There's nothing that specifically talks about
that addresses the plat note.
So I mean, it makes sense that given the conditions of the county that they would want to rein in illegal uses throughout the county. It's just, but that I'm not sure the link isn't. It doesn't lead to this property, unfortunately. I mean, go ahead, George.
For John, just from Bart's comment, if we wanted to have, if we were not to approve this plan change, and we wanted to see a multifamily dwelling built there, would we have to go through a rezoning for that to happen?
I think there's a good argument present that the property owner could rely upon the existing plat note, which provides that the use can continue. It's a strange position to be in as a property owner, because to rely upon this particular note as opposed to an underlying zoning, I would certainly understand if a property owner so affected would want to have some sort of a zoning change, and that I think is probably the more expected direction to go. But certainly, if for example the situation were reversed, if the property owner wanted to reconstruct a multi-family residential structure and the county wanted to enforce the current zone district, it would be an interesting proposal, I suppose.
And in either case, we would probably, it would probably be a special review type of situation, and we'd probably reach out to the community for input and look at what is consistent with the neighborhood in terms of the use and the density, et cetera.
It wouldn't be a special review or special use. That's consistent upon an application of a zone district. In this particular zone district, there is no availability of multifamily residential structure under special review or any kind of review. It's a prohibited use.
What's our Stillwater project zoned as?
Rezone that to AH.
So it's rezoned to AH.
Affordable housing, PUD.
And that's still an existing zone district?
Yes.
And what was it before it was rezoned to AH? Was it AR2?
I don't recall.
It
would have been AR10 more likely, but I don't recall.
Yeah, it just seems that you could pursue a rezoning to AH in the AR2 zone district if one desired that to fulfill the plat note. Would that be allowed or not allowed?
Oh, you could rezone this to AH PUD, but AH does require deed restricted only units.
Okay, so that's...
Well, I'll just make some comments, because we're sort of at a lull here. A sugar rush might be what we need. Is, as was stated before, it's perhaps different interpretations of what the original intent was. And I know we crossed this question in the past with trying to understand what past boards have really intended and meant by whatever language they have put into place for any sort of use or codes. But when I look at that area and look at what would be viewed as consistent for that neighborhood now versus 30 years ago, I don't see that the usage now would be consistent use as a multifamily apartment structure up there. I think that the usage is more consistent with single family or at best a duplex townhouse situation. And so I can understand at least one I can understand both interpretations, but I can understand one interpretation that says lots 2 and 3 site are restricted to existing uses and structures, including any accessory structure. So at that time, in 1974, whenever 68, whatever, I can see that the intent may have been just if it was prior to town zoning or just at town zoning, that the intent was not to allow any additional units to be constructed on that lot. So I think I can understand that. Certainly, what was happening if Joe actually signed this, what was happening during the major downzoning of the county. So I'm going to, at this point, starting to side with supporting of this application.
So in 1974, that area was zoned to A2, is that right?
The current zoning in that time period was AF, which was agriculture forestry. It allowed only single-family uses. So the consistency from the entire history of zoning has been the same up there. It has never allowed anything but single-family uses going back to 1955.
And 1955 is, why is 1955 a significant date?
Well, that was the first zoning district that was created for this area.
In 1955, AF was created for this district.
That's right, Michael.
Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to request an executive session. Certainly we can comprehend an argument on this side and John's feedback, but John's feedback for me is kind of on the surface. I want to ask more specific questions and delve into actually both sides of what we're hearing here today. So that would be my request.
Is there, are you making a motion, Jack, to go into executive session?
Well, then I'll do that. I would like to make a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of legal clarification on actually both opinions of what we heard today.
Oh, second, to receive advice from our attorney.
Is that what you're seeking, advice from our attorney, Jack? Any further discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
So we're going to go to an executive session for a while.
Hopefully not long.
John, that's pursuant to...
That, Lindy, is pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B, for which a recording is not necessary.
Michael, I neglected at the beginning, there were many questions being fired here, and I got very anxious to get into the presentation. This is Eric Johnson, who is the representative of the applicant, and is here to help represent what the applicant's point of view is.
Okay. So we'll be back. John, where do we want to go? Can we go into the vault from here?
You know, there might be some use going on there, but we can check it out.
Eric, is that council?
discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, thank you. Where would the board like to go at this point? Richard, you mentioned that, and you stated that you, in your excitement to get your statement out, that you missed something, but you, refresh my memory, what was that?
Well, I just wanted to make sure Eric Johnson was introduced and was part of the record.
Okay.
And should have done that at the beginning. But
Okay, thank you. Board, any, yes, Jack?
Well, there's something that, trying to get to my last page here, thing that we had like 4 staples here. From Picken County Open Space and Trails, at the bottom of the page, it essentially says, Open Space and Trails feels that the original trail easement meets the needs both of the existing trail facility and the agreement. We recommend, for the sake of clarity, let's not 20 years have a question, that existing conditions plat and any recorded plat amendment, including references to the trail dedicated on Plat Book 4, page 43 in the agreement, I assume what they're saying is we need to just, if this thing moves forward, we need to refer somewhere to that being a note on the plat?
That's correct,
what they're asking for.
So if the board does amend the plat, we would then record that book and page on the plat amendment to memorialize that.
Okay.
Board, is there any, yes, Rachel?
Well, this is a difficult issue. I'm sure you're aware of that. And I hate to be dancing on the head of a pin when the resources of our county attorney's office and our ComDev staff could be very well put through a long ringer to an uncertain end. And even I think the position that we could maintain would be strong, that the plat does perhaps control what could be rebuilt there and should be rebuilt there. The fact that they would not be deed-restricted apartments or living space in any way, shape, or form creates a default position for me that my primary goal would then necessarily be the consistency with the neighborhood surrounding. I would not want to go through the exercise, which I think we would have a high likelihood of prevailing at, to push for a free market multifamily rental apartment of some size and scope to be rebuilt there, and then literally just see them short-term for month-long Christmas rentals and extremely high-end uses. And to that end, I think, you know, if we had a new application coming into us to rezone to become that there, we would not push that. And so I will support the application that we have in front of us.
Thank you, Rachel. Board, any other comments?
Oh, wait.
Rob?
Yeah, I kind of take the same approach, that if this didn't have this plat number 2 on there and we were looking to an application now, what would we want on this piece of land? And yes, there is an overlying need in today, not in 1974, of employee housing and
there was, believe me, there was.
There always was. There probably always was. But looking at the zoning that's in the outlying area there and what the surrounding uses are in the neighborhood, it seems to me that it makes sense to allow this type of use. So there's really no need for that plat number 2 to be continued.
Yes, Jack.
When I look at this and going beyond the plat and any attempt at understanding history, which is always great anyway, I look at what current planning current zoning would look for. It's this project, so I have to admit I certainly had to air out, the thoughts and the backgrounding that was fairly stale, going back to '03. But reluctantly, because of the same things Rob said and Rachel, you really, if there was a way to make it affordable, I'd be willing to enter the fight, quite frankly. Because there's nothing more important at a certain level in our community about affordable housing. But this is not going to be deed restricted, so I'm certainly going to be supporting the request.
Yes, Rachel.
A small follow-up. You've represented that the new building designs are a single story. Would you support a plat note to note that it will be a single story home should it be demolished and rebuilt by someone else 30 years from now? Because I do think there's a sensitivity to the river on that site.
Yeah, we'd agree to that. We want to make sure the language was readable in 20 years.
That'd be a good idea as well. And like Jack, I will note for the record that I do think there are benefits to the site plan you've put forward in terms of the pullback from the river and things like that.
And the trail.
George, ready to accept the motion?
Yeah, and I'll just say, given the 1974, if indeed, my feeling is if the commissioners had wanted to preserve this particular multifamily unit, they would have zoned, they were rezoning the entire county. They would have had a rezoning that, not just a plat note, they would have rezoned that area or that property for a multifamily use, and they didn't. Instead, it's a single-family use. That to me, it's interesting to hear all the interpretations of what everybody's claiming to be a perfectly straightforward sentence, but that's the challenge of these things. So the interpretation that I take from it is the commissioners would have zoned it the way they wanted it, and they didn't. They did zone it the way they wanted it, which was single-family. So.
Yes, George. Dodging bullets, so it was hard. Downzoning was enough than to be proactive, so we have where we're at today.
I'll make a motion.
Could I just clarify the commitment to restrict that to one story? It seemed like it might be better to establish a 20-foot height limit instead of a story, because you could
10-foot, 12-foot, arguments about
might
that.
argue stories.
Yeah. You could have a 30-foot vaulted ceiling that you would hate. And we're not trying to get cute. I think it'd be better just to say 20 feet or whatever the right number is.
Yeah.
That you could fit one story reasonably within and call it a day. It's more empirical.
Is that satisfactory, Rachel?
If it seems to be the right intention for ComDev in terms of what we expect to see visually in that new site plan. So, no more than 20 feet.
Restriction, the limitation.
The limitation.
not to exceed 20 feet.
And that's at the highest point of the roof.
May I clarify, Michael?
Yes.
Is that for both lots? Or, are we inferring this is for both lots? Meaning if the other one ever was redeveloped as well as this one? So let's just clarify that.
Yeah, the distinction is that the lot which is on the riverside is in the area that has been the concern of scenic evaluation. The lot on the backside cannot be seen from Highway 82 or anyone else on the property. So the appropriateness of this note would be on the lot that has the visibility from the areas of scenic concern.
Okay, so then code would rule, whatever existing code is for the other one.
Yeah, it would. This sort of limitation would only be on one lot.
Is that right, Rachel? Is that satisfactory?
That was the one I was concerned about, unless any of our...
Are you guys...
Because we measure differently when it's a picture, right?
Right.
Chimneys would be able to extend beyond that?
And so it is not a concern of staff's about our standard height limit applying on the other lot?
Given what on the other lot?
Yeah, the one that's further away from the highway. standard, our code is fine.
When you say lot, another lot, which lot is this?
Sorry.
Plat note?
We thought Lot 2 is the...
Lot 2 is the
where
one with the
flat note
restriction.
will go for the height restriction.
Well, if you're ready, I'll make a motion to approve, granting the approval for the Shadowwood activity envelope and site plan review subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment and subdivision exemption for a minor plat amendment for lots 2 and 3 of the Sporovak subdivision with notes on restrictions for height limitations on lot number 2.
Second.
Any further discussion?
And also the addition of the clarification, or the, for the trail
That's in the resolution.
on the plat. It is.
This is not a public hearing, this is a land use action, right, Wendy?
That's correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it so much.
Mike, what number is that on the trail? Because I had looked specifically, and of course you're trying to listen to.
Yeah, it's condition
Yeah,
4A.
Richard, I'm in paperwork reduction mode at my house, too.
It's also, we've already incorporated that into
This
this
is
middle.
Is anything
We
else?
worked with open space
Thanks.
staff to agree on the dimensions for that.
So, board, there's open discussion. Is John Peacock, I think he wanted to be here for open discussion.
Yeah.
You
Want
know,
to take a 2-minute break while we
Yeah.
get him down to
Yeah.
the line?
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Well, I was reading the body and I just somehow didn't read that.
You know, we're on break, though.
Oh, well, Rachel will come back,
I'm
and
back. There's more.
George is around here, so...
We can give it a minute.
Yeah. Has anybody seen George?
He was trying to find an unoccupied
Okay.
so I think he was on his way up to the third floor.
Yeah. So, John, you wanted to present something?
Yeah, I'm
to
going
us?
to hand out a letter. We had been looking to do potentially a joint letter for support of Senator Bennett's bill on the Thompson Divide. And basically, we were trying to coordinate with both Garfield and Johnson counties. Garfield County decided to write its own letter, a little bit different language than ours. And in my discussion with the Gunnison County manager, they felt that it was best, since Garfield was writing their own, they decided to write their own. And so we took the draft language we had originally developed for the three entities and just revised it for us to send in. And I have a copy on letterhead here, if this looks okay to you all. We talked about this language a little bit before.
Rachel?
You know, I thought we had talked about this language kind of being watered down quite a bit so that it would be satisfactory to the other boards and not have any of the embellishments that we might have done if we were doing a solo letter talking about the recreational tourism, outdoor economy, and those sort of things. And it would just seem to me that if we're all doing separate letters, we should add back in our points of merit.
We can do that.
And what are those, Rachel? Can you sort of just outline?
You know, George might have them better on the tip of his tongue, but it was the resilience and strength of the tourism resort economy in that area, being on the scenic byway, significant agricultural grazing leases in the area, important mid-altitude range for wildlife habitat.
Broad community support.
Yeah.
Potential wilderness?
I don't. No, that's not part of the discussion. It really isn't. It's not in the Thompson Divide area. It may be in the same area for other purposes, but it's not Thompson Divide. Concerns about impacts on the water system to the town of Carbondale and the Crystal River, which already suffers from extremely low flows.
Traffic impacts on major municipalities, Glenwood Springs, Highway 82, Carbondale.
Yeah, just general,
I agree. We just really want to beat this up. This is our opportunity now to just reinforce everything we've given the senator in the past, and hopefully he could use some of those as talking points and reinforcements as well.
Anything to add to that?
Well, and I brought this up, and they didn't want to change it because they wanted a letter that we used before, but the bill is officially Act of 2012. I mean, you've got it in parentheses there, so it's the Thompson Divide Wilderness and Protection Act of 2012.
Withdrawn protection, not wilderness and protection.
Withdrawn,
Yeah.
withdrawn. Sorry.
I would also, in this case, I would suggest that we all sign this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Do we want to add a term somewhere in there relating to the impacts on both the environment and water? You know, I mean, kind of lump them instead of trying to segment. I mean, there's
Well,
10
I know
things.
it's going to go to our best letter writers over there at ComDev, so I think John's got all the general flavor, and let's see what phraseology they come back with. When is the deadline on those public hearings, John? Do we know? Or the public comment?
But they
I know they don't want it to go on forever, so.
I had it right on the tip of my
If we see-
tongue,
if
so
we
I'm
get
just
it-
wrong, but it's a ways off yet.
Okay. Well, we'll get to work on that. Ironically, we led the effort. We'll probably be the last ones with the letter.
There we go.
Okay. Only other item I just wanted to hand out, I did have a chance to visit a little bit more with the Gunnison County manager. We have our joint meeting coming up. They are coming over for noon, so we'll plan on, we'll set up a transportation schedule leaving here right before 11. We'll include that in the packet materials when we send them out this week. The only topic that Gunnison County added in was just a general discussion about CCI legislative issues and if there's anything in particular we're tracking and
Okay.
interested in. So,
Given some of the different construction we're seeing on the road and delays on 82, I really think we should leave here by about 10:45 and then
10:45.
start the next pickups along the way from there of those who are driving in the carpool.
We can do that.
It's usually a little over an hour from Aspen, so
That's what I'm thinking.
still 10:45 to me is cutting it close.
Well, 10:45 should be about right.
That's all I asked for open discussion today.
Board, do you have any open discussion? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I asked John, might have even been this morning, to forward you the attendance for Healthy Rivers and Streams. And then, we have that information in our hip pocket when we do our interview, etc. The second thing is, I had asked a couple months ago for a copy, if it existed, and found out it did, for a map of our dog usage on trails. And John had indicated another time I asked it, open discussion, well, did you get my email or something? And I never did. I never could find anything, and I finally decided to ask again. And I don't know if you received, but I just received a copy of an email, if you've gotten it yet, from one of our constituents.
From Bland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been emailing with her. She's got copies of the pamphlet and...
She does have copies?
And I can forward you the latest discussion I've had with her.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because my copy is, she sent this September 25th asking for it again, so...
And, she had a discussion with John.
And I think
John
her date was
Armstrong.
wrong.
What are we talking about?
Oh, a map for
Where dogs
dog usage on our trail system.
Yeah, so Jack, I'm forwarding that right now.
Dynamite. Because, I've had like 3 communications from her now, so that'd be great. And actually, I'd still like to have one of them in my box, because I'd like to get educated.
It is in your box.
Okay, well, good.
It's a pamphlet. It's more of a pamphlet than a map. We've got the maps for Sky Mountain. It's a pamphlet that was put together jointly with Aspen, Open Space and Trails, and our Open Space and Trails Department. Just lists out where dogs are not allowed, where they're allowed on leash, and where they're allowed off leash.
Good, so we do have the product. That's the key. Thanks for that follow-through.
Any further open discussion?
I just want to tag on to Jack, and it's something I've mentioned before, but I think, John, that as we go in, whether it's this year or next year, to the new production of that Pickens County Open Space Trails map, this is the type of thing that should be on it. The program itself is just growing to such a level, and it's very hard graphically to get all the information you need on something like that, but it's something that they should really try to rethink before we just reprint the maps, because there's different issues. I've heard the Chamber of Commerce information people telling me there's challenges when it shows the whole Rio Grande being paved up to Aspen, and then people get out there on a road bike and they can't handle it because it's not paved. So just I think we should really pay attention to what marketing material we're putting out and constantly be improving it.
And Rachel, one of the things you're going to see coming up in the budget is that's something that Open Space and Trails is trying to address in their budget request this year, to do more marketing and outreach, because they really don't have that programmed as a resource right now.
Further open discussion? So, John, we wanted to go into executive session.
Yes. I'll need help with the references, but it's,
This would be for two items. The first being potential acquisition of affordable housing pursuant to CRS 24640224A, and a discussion with your county attorney regarding the events at Popcorn Lane. That would be pursuant to CRS 24640224B.
so moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes,
A
Jack?
question. John, have you any update or any information relative to a discussion about the city two-shoes? I'm not sure where that was left.
I could certainly give you an update. I don't think there's been any activity since our last.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, could we, John, different CRS?
We would add that pursuant to the same state statutory section, but with the subsection being 4E.
Yeah, and it's probably about a 1-minute reminder.
Is that satisfactory to the
I
motion?
accept the amendment.
And the seconder? No further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carolyn, thank you. So we'll have our executive session here.